Happy New Year! I made myself a fun little headband to go with the New Year. It's not actually New Year yet. It's 2 hours until New Year for me. I figured that was a good enough starting time. I don't how long do New Year's events last? Probably all day. I've watched the New York City ball drop on TV, not in real life, obviously. And I feel like they play that literally all day. Like, that's like an all-day event. It's not war crime time! I'm not a war criminal! Those fish attacked me first. It was self-defense. I hope if it's the new year for people that they have had a fun midnight, and for those who it is not yet New Year, such as myself, I hope I don't ruin it. This is the problem with doing streams where I don't have a game to prompt me to speak. I don't know what to talk about. I do have, as is customary on New Year's, I have bottles of alcohol in my vicinity, and I'm afraid of them. But I did imply in the stream description that I might be drinking a celebratory alcohol, and you can hear me retch into the mic over it. All of them. Ugh. Oh, those are some pretty full bottles. I have like a little shot glass. It's not actually a shot glass. It's a little glass cup that I bought chocolate mousse from Costco, and it came in little tiny glass cups. So I have that. It's probably around the general size of a shot glass. I'm not filling it up all the way. If I do have to drink alcohol, I'm not filling that cup up all the way. Some of that fun poison. Sadly, I don't have champagne or anything. That's the usual thing. We have some sort of champagne-esque drink that was purchased for like a brunch or something. But it's not open, and I don't know how to open champagne, and I don't want to open it and have it explode, and risk it, I don't know, going flat. Does champagne go flat? Like soda? I have no clue. So I didn't do that. I brought some random alcohols that I thought didn't look like mixers. I think most of the alcohols that we have are some kind of like mixed drink event. And I tried to pick ones that didn't look like that because I don't think you're just supposed to drink mixer alcohol straight up. I think that might kill me. So we have a spiced rum for eggnog purposes. I hope you're allowed to drink that on its own. We have a Kahlua, which is most definitely for mixed drink purposes, but I think it's also a normal alcohol. I remember when I was a child, my parents drank that at a party once, so it's probably fine. And we have a vodka. We own 2 vodkas in my home. One is for pasta, and one is for drinking. I'm hoping that I picked out the drinking one, because I don't remember which is which, because they're both clear alcohol in a glass bottle. So hopefully it's not like evil, horrible rubbing alcohol vodka or something. That's for later. That's for midnight times. Or whenever I run out of things to do or talk about and think, hey, maybe I should die for other people's entertainment. That could be something. New year, new death. Oog. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm scared. I'm afraid. I have immediately run out of things to talk about. The entire time I was setting up, I was like, well, I can have a funny little sidebar about, haha, isn't it funny that Eilis doesn't know anything about drinking? And I've already run out of material. I could never be a stand-up comedian. Are there any strange New Year's traditions you partake in? My family eats grapes at midnight. I am aware of the grapes thing. I think my dad tried to make us do the grapes thing once, but like me and my sister were both like pretty little, so we weren't capable of eating that many grapes all at once. Uh, Really, my family was always kind of boring for New Year's. We didn't really do anything. We just sat and like watched the ball drop on TV and then went to bed. We do have some family friends that have like New Year's parties. So, about most years we would go to their house and like hang out in their garage and watch the ball drop on TV, and then somebody would like hand me a champagne and I would have to sip it for like a courtesy, and then I would go ick, ick, and then give it to whoever was standing closest to me. Hello. If only I had some kind of event to commentate over. I'm not gonna look up any New Year's events of playing in the background because I'll get like DMCA'd in trouble. I was actually thinking that I could open up the stream with just like a fireworks background, like a YouTube video or something behind me, and like have a whole "Whoa, Happy New Year! It's the fireworks!" But I didn't, because I did a quick YouTube search and like all of them were from the news and had like people talking over them or news logos, and I was like, I don't want to the news organizations getting mad at me for stealing their footage. Just imagine that there were fun fireworks going off behind me or something. How many time zones have already done the year? I know Australia always beats us to it. One year Australia didn't beat us to it because their like big video screen or whatever that says the year accidentally said the previous year. I remember seeing that on Tumblr back in the day, and everybody was like, "We finally beat them, guys! We did it!" Copyright-free fireworks. Could I? It's a little too late. Might have to do that actually at midnight, so it's gonna be a couple of hours. Should I just start forcing alcohol down my throat right now? I shouldn't. That would be a bad idea. That would just make me sick, and then I wouldn't want to stream anymore. Do it. No. Stop. You're a bad influence. You're a bad influence on me. I have been... Shots. Peer pressure. They warned me about this in middle school. They told me never to fall to peer pressure. First one's free. I was thinking about like making New Year's resolutions in public so that people have to hold me to them. But I'm not good at thinking of New Year's resolutions, and I'm always bad at actually following them because they're always like vague and nebulous, and then I either forget about them completely, or I can just like lie to myself, I'm totally following it, and then I'm just not at all. I think my main ones for this year will be stream more consistently, because I don't think I'll really be able to stream during the week mostly. The only reason I can stream 2 days is because we get like a day off. Because it's expected that people will go to parties and get New Year drunk or whatever. And nobody's gonna get anything done. What drinks do I have? I have vodka. I have Captain Morgan Original Spiced Rum. And Kahlua, which I think is coffee flavor. Let me scrape over an alcohol. It's rum and coffee. Oh god. I have 2 rums. Is that bad? Is that not enough variety? I am very scared of them. I'm deeply afraid, because there's like no chance that I'll actually like any of them. I have no stomach for alcohol. I've like one time my sister like had a bunch of friends over for a party, and I was like in the house, and they were all like partying downstairs, and I was sitting in my bedroom, and I was like, okay, well, whatever, loud teenagers, it's fine. And then she came up to my room and like handed me like 3 different types of drink, and was like, here, let's try these. They totally don't taste like alcohol at all. And all 3 of them like made my chest hurt. So Did I say I'm tolerant to alcohol? I have literally no idea because I've never had like a full cup of an alcohol because they just make me really unhappy immediately after drinking them. I'll drink like a single sip and either it will immediately hit me with like alcohol taste and it'll make me want to throw up, or it'll like kind of sneak up on me. Like champagne, I've tried a few times, and it just tastes like grape juice that's lying to you. Like you put it in your mouth first, and like for a second you're like, oh, it's like sparkling grape juice, and then suddenly, suddenly the poison. And then other times it just like makes my chest hurt like really bad. It might be like a psychological thing, just because I don't really drink, so I'm not used to it, and my like body panics. I have like a realistic panic attack. But like alcohol makes my chest hurt sometimes, which it might be a legitimate condition, or it might just be me psyching myself out. I like to think I'm drinking a fire resist potion whenever I take a shot. The drink has a knife! It's coming for me! So long, everybody. It was nice knowing you. I remember one time, I think it was at Christmas, not at New Year's. It was a Christmas thing. One of my family members brought over like these little shot glasses that were made out of like peppermint candy and Fireball whiskey, and poured Fireball whiskey into these little peppermint flavored shot glasses, and everybody but me took a shot, and supposedly they were supposed to taste like Red Hots, like the candy Red Hots, but everybody just like immediately started coughing and choking, and they were like, here, let's try one, it's really fun, and I was like, absolutely not. Never in a million years. I just saw like 10 people retch drinking this beverage. I'm not letting you trick me into it. Any flavored glass? No, they were made out of candy. It was like hard candy material, and it was peppermint flavored. So basically like a candy cane, but shaped like a shot glass. And they were really gross because like you poured the drink into them, and they immediately started like melting into sludge on the inside. So you had to like drink the drink really fast, otherwise it might melt through the bottom of the cup. It was just horrible for everybody involved. Really, really gross, but funny, because I didn't have to suffer through it, and I could laugh at everybody else for being foolish. Isn't Fireball whiskey, like, I feel like I've heard of it referred to as like a bad, icky, not good, like cheapo beverage, but I don't know if that's true, or if it's just something I like heard on TV once and took as fact. No one could hold me back from just eating it. That's so true. I would have eaten one, but they were all alcohol contaminated. Like there weren't any extra ones, so I couldn't be like, hey, Uncle whatever, give me one of those shot glasses, please, and just like shove the whole thing in my mouth. I wanted to, but sadly, they were all slimed and thrown away immediately afterwards. I don't think anybody wanted to eat them with like residue of Fireball. Memories. Sweet memories. Okay. I was also, just because I'm alone in the house right now, I was like, oh, I could do a little karaoke, haha, but I don't know how to segue into that. It's too early. I feel like I need to practice yapping. I want to get good at yapping. I always take too long to like formulate thoughts, and then I get really self-conscious about it, and then I just sort of make like stressed noises until I think of something to say, and I like apologize too much. That's a problem. I feel like watching other VTubers, they could just go. They just keep going for ages. I've seen people have like 6-hour streams where they just talk, and I'm like, how do you come up with that many topics? It might just be because I'm boring. I don't do anything. I go to work, and I come home and I go to sleep, and sometimes I draw. That's about it. I'm like the most boring generic person alive. It's a learned skill. It really is. I was never good at talking though. My sister took public speech classes in college, and every time she would tell me about like an assignment in her public speech class, I would be like, oh god, I would like get nervous just thinking about the prospect of doing that. She was telling me once, like she was going through all these pictures on her phone that were like of her as a little child, and I was like, why do you have all these pictures on your phone of you as a little child? And she was like, oh, I had it like in speech class. I had to talk about my life, like give her autobiography. And I didn't have any pictures, so I asked like our mom to send them. And so I was like, wait. So they just wanted to hear about your life story, you who was in college and not famous. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, what did you do? I was there for your whole life. I don't remember anything interesting happening. I mean, she was more interesting than me. She had like friends and went to parties and stuff. I never went to parties. I think the most like fun teen friend thing I ever did was one time I went to Sonic, the fast food place with my friends, and then we went to like a bumper cart place. It was like bumper cars and baseball, and that was what the place was. And we went there. We were there for like 30 minutes. And we all got bored, and then we just went home. So that's the extent of my teenage activity. I don't think I ever went to a party, because if I was ever invited to a party, which maybe happened twice, I was like, there's gonna be like people there that I don't know. I'm pass. Good way of learning to market yourself. The like tell your life story in speech class thing, yeah. I mean, my sister she went to school for marketing, so makes sense. She had to get good at like convincing people that what she's talking about is cool and interesting. I would never be able to do that. School presentations are horrifying, especially to me, because I think the things that I would come up with to talk about at school presentations were always like weird and niche. So I was like extra like, oh, nobody's interested in this. Everybody's gonna laugh at me. Nobody laughed. They just like were on their phones. But in my brain, they were laughing at me. I remember one time I did a presentation on like ghosts. It was ghosts in literature, because it was for an English class, and we were supposed to talk for, I think it was like 15 minutes, which is not that much for a college literature class. But I like sped through mine because I was so nervous, and I talk really fast when I'm nervous. So I sped through mine in like literally probably 7 minutes. And then I just looked to the teacher and I was like, I don't have any more. And she was like, it's okay. Go sit down. All of my teachers love to it's okay me whenever I panic in front of them, because I'm like quiet in class and I don't use my phone, and I got reasonably good grades, so like I know that she's trying. She can do her 7-minute presentation. It's okay. I always had one family member come up to me and say, it's been so long, how are you? I'm like, cool, nice to see you. Who are you? Exactly, every day of my life. Every time I go to a family event, there's like 30 people that are there that I don't know. I have an enormous, ridiculously large family. So whenever we go anywhere, I'm like, they try in vain to remind me of that one time we met when I was 7, and I was like, sorry, I don't have any memory before the age of 13. I'm so bad at remembering people. And even though I go to a lot of family gatherings, because there's always somebody's getting married, or somebody's like had a baby and we all have to meet the baby, or whatever. Or like there's a funeral because my family's dropping like flies. There's like my family's average age is like 60. Like everybody is old. So I'll go to like a funeral or something, and everybody will be like, oh, Eilis, I remember when you were 3 feet tall, and I'm like, sick, I don't remember you in the slightest. And I always feel bad. I always have to be like, haha, yeah, totally, yep, definitely. I remember that one time that I was in the same room as you, and we didn't speak. I was 2 months old. Exactly. For me, it's worse though. I could meet somebody like last year, and they would have to refresh my memory of them. I'm not good with that. I remember the people that I see like on a monthly basis. I don't remember anybody else. My family is actually big enough that for a long time I thought that a bunch of like our family friends, like my dad's friends that he grew up with and their kids, I thought that we were related for a very long time. And one day I called one of the kids, oh, like my cousin so and so, like I was hanging out with my friends at my house and my dad was there and I was like, oh, my cousin whatever, and my dad was like, you're not cousins. And I was like, what? We go to the beach every year together. What do you mean we're not cousins? So like my world was shattered. I was like 11 years old and I was told that like 6 people that I thought were my cousins were not my cousins. But it's okay. I have plenty in reserve. I have so many. My parents each had like 5 siblings or something. So I have cousins to spare. I don't see 90% of them because they've all moved far, far away. Everybody, like their kids turned 18 and everybody's like, sick, time to move halfway across the country. All to the same state, in fact. So now, if I wanted to see them, I would have to be in a car for 12 hours, which is a long time. But we still do it for like Thanksgiving and other such events. That's nice. This is actually the first year in quite a while that I haven't gone to like a family or family friend New Year event. So it's a little weird. It's a little strange. Because the people who usually go to their house are off on a vacation currently. So their children are like at the house alone, probably throwing like a young person party that I would not be invited to and would not want to be invited to. Young people, kids these days. The kids are like 2 years younger than me. Still, youth. Hey, it's been 23 minutes. I'm so good at yapping. Well, to the New Year's thing. Anybody have any, like, fun, or not fun, I don't know, interesting New Year's resolutions that you want to get to? I think mine are just going to be stream more and try to get better at, like, time management. I always am either too slow about things or like try to rush through them and then they end up being bad and then I have to take longer to like fix them. I gotta learn the value of a minute. Driving and traffic will always make me think, how many people can I hit with my car and get away with cars? What do you mean? Are you planning on hit and running people tonight? Is that your fun activity that you're doing? Try live streaming more as well and to at least get over the nightmare of editing. I feel your pain. The video, the drawing that I did on stream, quite a bit ago now, that was supposed to be for a cover video, and I got like a good amount like through the video, and then something happened, and the like file that I was working on died, it corrupted or whatever, and so now I have to remake it all over again. I don't want to do it. So that's been sitting there, and I really have to do it, but I don't want to. This is the first time that something has corrupted on me. It's very sad. I feel like I lost a job. Leave for resolution, I'd like to up my cardio at the very least. The good old exercise resolution. I think I made that resolution one time in the past, and I lasted about a week. I did some push-ups, and then I didn't do anything ever again. I'm not an exercise guy. I ran around the block with the dog tonight. I took the animal out for a walk, and he was very antsy to do a big old sprint around the block, so I sprinted around the block with him, and when I got home, I had to, like, take a minute. It wasn't that far. It was only a block, but, like, my lungs were burning. I felt a little bit like I was choking, so that's not good. Like, that good old streamer health, Ooh. I do feel kind of bad about myself for that. I think I've always been, like, bad at running properly, I think. Either I don't breathe right or I don't pace myself correctly. Because when I was like in high school in gym class and we had to do like the pacer test, I would go so hard for the beginning of the pacer test and then I would like drop out completely like before 90% of the class was done. And I could never make myself run slow. It's either like a walk or full speed. I can't jog. I don't know how to jog. Maybe I should try to exercise resolution. I feel like I don't have any time. Every time I look at how to exercise, it's like, oh, do like 15 reps of insert thing here, and then do 30 reps of insert other thing here, and I'm like, that looks like it'll take so much time, though. And I don't like spending time on things that aren't fun. I hate it. It sucks. I hope I can make it to a boat in the zombie apocalypse. That's the plan. But what if you run out of, like, boat gas in the middle of the ocean? You just gonna accept your fate? Or are you gonna try and swim? Walking is pretty OP. Yeah. I'm a persistence predator. Whenever I have to, like, chase the dog around the house because he, like, stole a sock and I'm afraid of him eating the sock and dying, he'll, like, sprint to try and get away from me, and I'll just walk at a normal pace, and I'm like, I'm going to catch you. You're going to tire yourself out and drop the sock, and I'm going to win. There is no escaping the measured walk. Except little things that will keep you going on exercise. Little things do not keep me going. I think the most exercised I ever was, I was probably like 8 or something, like 8 or 9, and I was at our yearly beach vacation with my family friends who are not my cousins, and my dad and his friend came up with, like, they would take out a deck of cards and pull out cards, and then each child would have to do, like, that amount of push-ups or sit-ups or whatever, and then they would, like, give us some amount of, like, quarters or something. So it was like, every like 5 push-ups, like, you get a quarter, and we were all so motivated by our money because we could use it to buy ice cream when the ice cream truck came. So that kind of defeated the purpose of the exercise. Immediately got back all the calories, but also we were children, so it probably didn't matter because we had good metabolisms and all. That was fun. I think I could be incentivized to do that again. I'm sure they got that from a football movie. They could have. They could very well have. They were both football dudes. I've only watched 2 football movies. I've watched The Blind Side and Remember the Titans? I think Remember the Titans was a football movie. They made me watch it in school for, like, during assembly. Like, we won't let you outside for recess because it's raining or whatever. Here, watch Remember the Titans. And then I've watched The Blind Side because my mom would just, like, throw it on if it was on TV, if there was nothing else to watch. So I've seen the girl football movie, the girly football movie that girls like, and I assume a more masculine football movie. I don't remember the plot of Remember the Titans at all. I do remember The Blind Side, because I think I've seen it 30 times, just by osmosis. How about Air Bud? Air Bud was a basketball movie, right? Did they make more? I think they made more Air Bud movies with, like, different sports. There could very well have been a football Air Bud movie. I do remember that they made movies about Air Bud's children. And apparently, conditions on set were not great. I don't know if that was, like, a internet rumor, like, urban legend, but I read on something, like, somebody was like, oh, you know, those dogs got, like, horribly ill or injured or something on set. And I was like, oh. That ruins Air Buddies for me. As if I ever willingly watched Air Buddies. They made so many. I mean, hey, it's a winning formula. People love watching dogs do sport. I found out recently the Airbud was a real dog, like an actual dog that some guy would like take to schools so that he could show children his basketball playing dog. And then somebody was like, you can make a movie out of it. And then they made the Airbud movies. I don't know what to say anymore. Let me back read chat. I was talking too much. I wasn't reading. Blah, 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 blah. It's the worst version of zombies. Worst meaning terrifying. I don't know. I'm not well versed in zombies. I'm not well versed in many things. I have my very narrow field of interest, and I don't care about anything else. So I think really the only zombies that I'm familiar with are the Last of Us ones, and that's just because I thought the fungus thing was really cool. That they looked spooky. I think those are a pretty good candidate for like the worst, most horrible zombie though, because they have shrooms growing out of them, and they make gross like noises. The echolocation ones, or the clickers. Those were icky. I especially didn't like those. But the designs were very cool. They're very nice. I remember after the game came out, like the first one, I was like, whoa, mushroom zombie, mushroom creature? And I just like looked up concept art and like lore. for like a month. I was just really obsessed with them. And then I stopped caring. World War Z zombies can climb on top of each other to reach a helicopter in the air, and they're fast. Ew, that's gross. That's scary. I don't like that. Like those ants. The ants that make like living bridges. Those are fun. Those are fun ants. I do feel bad for them though, because I'm sure like if the bridge collapses, a good amount of those ants are gonna like fall into water and drown, which is sad. Now I'm making myself I've made myself sad talking about like Airbud's puppies possibly being mistreated on the set of a film and ants drowning. What a fun what a fun and upbeat end of the year stream. Aren't you guys glad you came? A very creepy sound design of the zombies. I'm a big fan of spooky sound design. I don't like the typical like horror sound design of put a heartbeat in it or like put a loud screechy string. I feel like those are the generic choices that are made. And both of those make me like nauseous in different ways. So whenever something spooky has like sound design that is interesting and new and isn't those, I'm very excited about it. I'm like, whoa, cool sounds in my video game or movie or other such media? Crazy. Even though I don't actually watch or play a lot of real horror. I prefer like baby horror. You'd enjoy a good ant documentary. Oh, I love a good bug documentary, dude. It's my favorite. They have in the Museum of Natural History in Manhattan, they have like a new bug section with actual bugs in it. Like it's like they have like a little bug zoo inside of the museum, which makes me very happy because I go there sometimes, and so now when I go there sometimes, I get to see bugs. And they have like a big tank with leafcutter ants in it, which is very fun. So you can sit and watch the leafcutter ants. Although it is also kind of sad because they have like a water feature in it, I guess, to make it, I don't know, more like the ants' habitat or something. I don't know how it's set up. It's kind of like a weird futuristic like iPod looking enclosure. I hope they have like a nice place with dirt underneath for the ants to live, but it's like just white material over like a little waterfall, and if you look into the water you can see like ant bodies and like dropped leaves, and it makes me very upset. I'm like, no, why'd you put water there? They were just trying to carry leaves to their home. But it's a circle of life. I feel like when games like Lethal Company, it could be the pure sense of talk to friend pure sounds horrifying. Like, haha, having fun, and then suddenly the creatures. I've actually never played or actually watched anybody play Lethal Company. Isn't it, it's sort of like a resource management type of thing? I usually don't care about those. I do know that there's like a fandom for it, and there's like characters. It's a little SCP-esque. I'm aware of the basics. I'm not incredibly familiar with the game itself. I just, like, know what some of the monsters look like. Hello, hello! I'm sorry that your day's been cursed. Maybe we should stop talking about dead ants. that might help. Everybody be more positive. What's something positive? What good things have happened? I don't keep up with the news. Do dead ants have a habit of transmitting curses? Not to my knowledge. I hope I haven't been cursed by dead ants. Or that you haven't been cursed by dead ants. Did the ants curse you? Do we have an ant curse situation? Did you kill an ant? You can't do that. That's bad karma. It's okay to speak of them. Alright, everybody. More dead ant information. Let's put on a really sad bug documentary to round out the year. I got an overtime paycheck. Good for you, everybody claps! Yay, overtime paycheck. Sucks that you had to do overtime. Great that you got paid for it, though. Let's go! Positivity, everybody. Keep up the positivity. We are 37 minutes into stream. I'm impressed. I'm impressed that nothing bad has happened yet. My computer, right before stream, I still have a TV monitor hooked up to it, not a monitor. So, it, like, detects different types of input or something. You have to set the input. And for the computer, the input is game, but it also has, like, TV and computer, which doesn't work with computer for some reason. And I turned it on this morning, and it worked fine. And then I turned it on, like, 20 minutes before stream, and it was like, sorry, I can't connect to your game right now. And I was like, what do you mean you can't connect to my game? What are you talking about? So I spent like 15 minutes, like, starting and restarting and unplugging stuff, and it works now, so it's fine. But it was a very stressful few minutes. Working Christmas Eve paid off. Yay! I think Christmas Eve is, like, it's still holiday-esque, but it's not quite a holiday. So unless you have a Christmas Eve party specifically planned, I guess it's working shouldn't be like that annoying. Adulthood. Suck all the fun out of every holiday. You have your holiday and then you have to worry about working later. Ick! Nasty! Still a vital day to fight against the Northern Lights, lest it consume all of our fears and souls. So true, bestie. I forgot about the Northern Lights for a second. I was confused. I remember the video game that I played, 2 weeks ago? How long ago was that? The Passage of Time. All my homies hate the Passage of Time, and yet we are here to celebrate the Passage of Time. Minor loathing towards the Passage of Time. Since it's Time's birthday today, I guess I can take the hatred down a notch. I'm absolutely incorporating HSH Christmas lore into my actual Christmas celebrations. Good. Tell everybody in your house to be happy, lest the aurora consume you all. Weren't there... I feel like there was supposed to be some sort of... I don't know if it was recently, because, once again, I cannot conceptualize time. But wasn't there supposed to be something where, like, the auroras were, like, visible over the United States or something at some point recently? I don't think I saw any auroras. But then again, there's, like, light pollution where I am, so even if it was there, I wouldn't be able to see it. Be happy or else. Exactly. Another year, time to drink more. I haven't drunk yet. I haven't drank yet? Drunk yet? What's the proper past tense? Or future tense? What's the proper tense? There's a cool comment in some places. Ooh, that's fun. They're visible in my area, but a massive forest is blocking the entire view. How dare they? How dare the forest? The ancient old-growth forests. How dare they inconvenience normal people? Did you hear Jimmy Carter died? I just remembered I was thinking about the passage of time and like the like lifespan of a human. His peanuts went sour. I heard it on the news. The first thing that played in my brain was 93-year-old Jimmy Carter killed himself because his peanuts went sour because I'm brain rotted. And then I was like, oh wait, that's actually kind of sad. But he was 100, so that's impressive. Good for him. Not good for him for dying, but good for him for living for so long. That's nice. He got 100 good years. He was only 8 presidents ago. Oh, weird. OMG, what guy who doesn't know who he is. He was a president of the United States, and he farmed peanuts. He was the peanut farmer president. And he was 100 years old, and then he died. Couldn't quite make it to the end of the year, poor guy. So close, and yet so far. But there's, on Oni Plays, Zach Cadle made a joke where he, like, pretended that Jimmy Carter killed himself. He, like, looked at his phone, he was like, oh, guys, did you hear Jimmy Carter killed himself? And they were like, no, he didn't, like, immediately, because he wasn't, like, properly scrolling on his phone. No more peanuts, Sag. They killed the Planters peanut guy and Jimmy Carter. How can we ever live? Where will all the peanuts go now? How will they grow peanuts? He also served in the armed forces. I feel, didn't a lot of presidents at least do something in the military? I don't know anything about the presidents. I know like 5 presidents. I know the fat president. I know the president number 1. I know the slavery president. And I know the most recent 2 presidents. I don't know any other presidents. And Jimmy Carter. I didn't pay attention in history. And also, if I did, I would not remember because it was a long time ago that I had to learn US history. Anyway. Rest in peace, Peanut President. I hope you didn't do anything evil and problematic at some point that somebody will get mad at me for saying rest in peace, Peanut President over. I just think it's funny that we had a president who's a peanut farmer. I know the president gives no names. I'm being funny. It's George Washington, Abe Lincoln, William Howard Taft, and then the Donald, and, I forgot the one that just unprecedented. I forgot his name. Already? I think he's still the president. Oh, thanks Obama as well. I do remember thanks Obama. I'm so bad. I'm terrible. I'm horrible. It's not my fault. I don't need to know the presidents. I'm not a politician. Doesn't matter. That's his name. I only remembered the woman. I feel like I've seen the most complaining about the woman. Didn't know you're chill like that. What do you mean? Chill like I don't know the presidents? Is that chill and cool and hip? I don't care about politics. I'm like a interesting person. I don't have time. I really don't. I don't have time at all. I don't care. As long as nobody's killing me, I'm good. As long as nobody's dropping, like, atom bombs currently, actively right now, I'm fine. Her name is Woman. Can you name every woman? I sure can't. I can name one woman. Eilis Umbra. That's the only woman. I'm the only woman. This is not the Thanksgiving table. Everybody shut up about the presidents. No presidents allowed. But it's fine, because I have no thoughts about anything and I don't care. So you never have to worry about me saying a political opinion on stream, because I don't even know what any of them are. The woman of all women, the woman of all time. I've seen, like, videos where it's like, oh, so-and-so is the first woman to whatever, but people will, like, cut off the text, before they give, like, the woman's achievement. So, I've seen, like, Dolly Parton is the first woman, and everybody's like, wow, good for her. Name a woman. Jennifer. Audrey. What are other woman names? Catherine. Suddenly every woman name has left my brain. I'm hearing my dog make noises downstairs, and he's supposed to be asleep. And I don't want to, like, go down there because then he'll make me be down there for like 30 minutes, making him go back to sleep. And I feel bad. Vicky. Our woman, Vicky. Everybody shut up, everybody be quiet. We have to talk in our inside voices so that the dog doesn't hear. Bork, bork, woof, woof. I'm sorry, animal. You need to learn to be independent and sleep by yourself. I don't know what roommate does to make the dog actually go to sleep. Usually it's her job to make the dog go to sleep. And I will, like, put him in his little sleep crate. And then an hour later, he's like, pay attention to me, I'm so upset, I'm so sad. And I'm like, weren't you supposed to be sleeping? The dog wanders. The dog does not wander. The dog stays in one place. He's not allowed to wander because when he wanders, he steals things off of tables and he eats them. He tried to, like, rip staples out of a couch that we have. So I don't like leaving him unattended in any room at all, ever. Whenever he gets up and leaves the room and I'm in the room, I'm like, what time? It's follow the dog time. It's time to take a lap. He's a very chewing dog. He loves to chew. He loves to eat things that he's not supposed to eat. He got a Nerf dog toy for Christmas. It's like a plastic, like, chewy plastic bone or whatever. And he's been ripping little pieces of plastic off of the end of it. Just one end, though, and if you try to, like, redirect him to the other end of the bone, he's like, no. He, like, uses his little dog hands, because he's, like, part raccoon, so he's got little hands. He uses his little dog hands to, like, flip it over and be like, no, I want to keep eating plastic, thanks. Incorrigible. I'll never forget my dog eating my God-given burgers 4 years ago. How dare they? Horrible. Your God-given burger. God gave you that burger. Your dog was possessed by the devil. Didn't want you to have your burger. Your holy burger. Anyway, the doorbell on my front door fell off, my head seat's foam on my right ear fell off, and I didn't get my proper New Year's dinner. God! Horrible. I'm so sorry for your loss. If it's any consolation, I ordered Chinese food today. Because I didn't want to cook food. I got lazy. So I just ate Chinese food. So now I have Chinese food leftovers that I have to eat. I hate having leftovers, it stresses me out. Because then I'm like, I need to eat these leftovers. But I never want to. I'm never feeling it. And so they just sit in the fridge. And then I feel bad, and then I end up eating them like a week later, and I'm like, these would have been better if I ate them sooner, probably. But I usually refuse to, like, order food or go out to eat, because I hate leftovers. I would prefer my fridge to be empty at all times. I like my frat boy fridge, where I just have, like, some beverages and condiments. I don't actually have a frat boy fridge, I want to clarify. I do keep actual food in the fridge, it just usually gets cooked and then consumed. So it doesn't have a long shelf life. But I hope the next year is good too. Frat boy dinner. Have like, I don't know, a beer and like a cup of ketchup. Frat boy dinner. I don't own beer. I would not drink beer willingly. Nobody else really likes beer either, so. I sadly cannot eat a frat boy dinner. A half-eaten burrito. Oh my god, it's pesto, garlic fingers, and an apple turnover frozen dessert, which is delicious. Apple turnover sounds good. I like an apple. I like a cooked apple. Which, I don't like, I remember one time my mom tried to make baked apples and they were just like, they turned to mush. I don't know if they're supposed to do that. I don't like that, but I do like an apple fried in something, or an apple in dough. Put anything in dough or fried, I'll probably eat it. The a beautiful spiral flower shaped like a little bun. Ooh! How cute! That reminds me, I have like 5 cinnamon buns that I haven't eaten. I made them for Christmas, and then I brought them home, and now I just have a bunch of cinnamon buns that I have to eat cinnamon buns for breakfast like every morning, which like would be nice, but there's really no way to comfortably heat up a cinnamon bun. If I put them in the microwave, they get kind of like gross and wet, and if I put them in our toaster oven, they get burned, and then the middle of them is cold still, even though the frosting on top is burned, which is sad. Now I want an apple pie. We can both, let's try to manifest an apple pie appearing in our homes. Tomorrow, in the new year, we will wake up and there will miraculously be an apple pie on the counter. We can only hope. God, if you're listening, I would like a snack. I would like a snack in the morning. Does cheesecake count as a pie? I don't think so. I think a pie is like, it's usually pretty specific, like shape. Like, I don't know, you can have pies without like pie, like crust, pastry crust, because you can make like graham cracker crust pie. I think a cheesecake has to be thicker. I mean, you could theoretically make a cheesecake pie if you really wanted to. I don't know why you would. That just sounds like a slightly less good version of the real thing. I'd assume it's a cake. Probably. You could argue semantics about anything, though. It's cooked with pie crust. It's only pie crust if it's in a pie. I think that's my stance. If you're making a pie, it's a pie crust. If you're making something else, it's just a crust. Words don't mean anything. You can just make it up. If you make it up in your head, it doesn't matter. The pie police aren't gonna come for me. I have a crust on a hot dog. Is that a pie? Now we're talking. Hot dog pie. Tasty. I like cheesecake. I make a mean cheesecake. I've made some very good cheesecake. I don't like New York cheesecake. Like, I like eating it. I don't like making it because it stresses me out. I tried to make it once and it turned out really bad and like undercooked-ish. Like, it was like weird and wet on the inside. And then I had to put it in the freezer and then it just turned like frozen and icy and icky. So I never want to do that ever again. But I do make good Italian cheesecake, which is cheesecake, but like some of the cream cheese is swapped out for ricotta cheese. And I'm good at that. That's harder to mess up because it's like less wet. Like you have to worry less about the moisture content, I think. And I've made like probably like 3 or 4 of those over the past several years, and they've always turned out pretty good. So that's another one of my skills. I feel like someone's made a hot dog pie and I don't want to think about it. I mean, it probably wouldn't be that bad. It would be like a quiche, wouldn't it? Isn't like a savory pie a quiche? I think I've eaten a quiche once in my life because I was at my aunt's house and she made a quiche and I had to eat a piece. It was just like egg in pie crust with like some sausage in it, I think. So you could do that with hot dog if you really wanted to. I don't know why you would. I feel like it might be a little icky, but like it's possible. You could try really hard to make it good. Reminds me of people putting beans and everything will help. I just had a vivid flash in my mind of Bean's clock. Everybody remember Bean's clock? It was like a school like wall clock that somebody just poured beans into and took a picture of it and they're like, it's Bean's clock. There was some video on YouTube where it was just like a bunch of guys going through a bunch of pictures of bean material. Just like being disgusted for like 15 minutes or over all the bean activities. There's like somebody who put like a can of beans, like the beans from the can, into like a boot. Just took a picture. It was like, hey internet, look at this. Like, why would you do that? Now your boot is full of beans. Ick. Gross. Why was that a meme? Who did that first? Who did that? Who did the beans thing first? I feel like my most visceral memory of it is Beans o'clock. Europeans. What, did the Europeans invent the bean stuff? Like, English people with their beans on toast. That's the only European bean content I know about. I wouldn't eat it. I'm sure it's fine. Like, I can't imagine it's awful and disgusting and evil, but it just sounds like there's nothing really in there. It's kind of sad. I do remember seeing like a screenshot of Wikipedia where it was like a bread sandwich. It was like, oh, an English food where you like toast a piece of bread and then put it in between two other breads and you have a bread sandwich. That's probably not real, but I wouldn't put it past the Brits. Sometimes the Brits will do some very strange things to their food. I can't imagine eating a bread sandwich. Like, I could eat a stack of 3 toasts. I could not eat a toast in between 2, like, wet breads. Well, not wet, but, like, untoasted, with their moisture intact breads. I feel like that would just be an unpleasant textural experience. Baked beans should be bad. I've never actually eaten a baked bean. I don't like beans on principle. They gross me out. I ate, like, 1 bean once as a child, like a lima bean or something, and it had like a weird, gross, like gritty texture, and I was like, great, I'll never eat a bean ever again. So now whenever there's like beans and stuff, I'm like, I am morally opposed to beans. Sorry, I'm anti-bean. Just eat the entire loaf of bread. Exactly. Pinto best bean. I've never had a pinto bean. I'm unskilled in beans. I know lima beans. I know baked beans. I know there's black beans. Pinto beans, apparently. I'm not a bean scholar. Sorry. I'm not a bean scholar. I'm not a U.S. president's scholar. I don't know anything about anything. Did you call yourself a texture kind of guy? Yeah, I think so, probably. There's just some things that, if I eat them, I, like, get viscerally icked. I remember, one time I was at a restaurant with, my mom, and it was, like, my mom and my sister and my aunt, so it was a few of us, and, my aunt always insists on ordering, like, too much of stuff, which is annoying. She always, like, orders, like, 2 orders of things that we would really only need, like, half an order of, and then refuses to eat the leftovers because leftovers are gross and, like, poisonous or whatever, so we always have a billion leftovers when we go out to eat with her. But she ordered a bunch of, like, clams. I think it was clams, or, like, mussels or some sort of, like, thing in a shell. And I refuse, like, I absolutely fully refuse to eat a thing in a shell, because they gross me out. Just, like, looking at them is icky, because I'm imagining all of their organs in there, and it's nasty. But she ordered all of these clams or whatever, and they weren't, there were, like, a couple of clams left on the plate, and I was like, just eat the stupid clams. You're the one that wanted the clams. Eat the clams. She's like, oh no, I couldn't possibly, because she eats like 3 bites of food and then she's done. So I was like, fine, I'll eat the clam. And I ate the clam and I like actually almost vomited in the restaurant. I was like, I can like body this clam. I can take it like a shot. I'll survive. And I put it in my mouth and I made the mistake of biting down instead of just swallowing it like a pill, and it like crunched a little and I was like and I didn't eat the second clam. I was like, okay, that was maybe a bad choice. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to prove that point. So I know for a fact that I can't do clam texture. Just imagining it is making me a little, like, it's making me nausea flare up. I'm getting icked. I hate it. It's nasty. I didn't eat anything as long as it's not as black as charcoal or so raw it could have served itself. I like steak almost raw. Not like quite blue rare as they call it when it's like still cold inside, but like just past that, like the inside is warm, but it's still like a little bit like raw meat texture. I like that. I don't think I would eat anything else that was almost raw though. I can't do sushi, not necessarily because it's like the texture is gross or it's raw or something, but just because it doesn't taste like anything to me. So I'm sure I could eat sushi, like raw fish, but I would get no enjoyment out of it. So like, what's the point? And I've tried shrimp and lobster once, and they both tasted like packing peanuts. So I'm just not a seafood guy, I guess. They ick me out or they taste like nothing. So, like, why bother? I've had half a plastic fork inside a burger one. Dude, you should sue. Most based Eilis opinion. Thank you. I'm incredibly based and red-pilled. I don't know any other slang that I could use. I know based and red-pilled, that's all. I don't fully actually know what red-pilled means, other than people say it on the internet. Nobody cancel me. I simply do not know what I'm talking about. I remember me and my grandma, she eats steak pretty much raw to the point to play a horror movie. Yeah! My grandma, one of my grandmas, likes, like, the marrow inside of bones. So, if we're with her and there's steak with a bone in it, she, like, turns from, like, a sweet little old lady to, like, like, rabid animal. She's, like, cracking bones open and, like, sucking goo out of them, and I'm like, Grandma, calm down, God. Like, I like raw meat, but I don't think I would be able to do that. I don't think I could bring myself to eat bone marrow. It just feels icky. Like, it looks kind of slimy, too. I don't think I would enjoy that. Grandma's eating the bones! Grandma loves the bone. That sounds weird. That sounds like that could be misconstrued somehow. Don't misconstrue that. My grandma just likes eating steak bones. Cause she's cool. She's a cool old lady. I like almost raw steak, but not quite. As a butcher I can approve. I'm glad you approve. Food preferences. What a topic. Hey, it's 11. 1 hour till midnight, everybody! Woo, yay! My grandma's cool. She's feral. She's so cool. My dad, who is the son of this particular grandma, likes to, like, make fun of her and say that she, like, grew up in the jungle. That she's like a tribeswoman, like from like a cannibal tribe or whatever. Because she's from Brazil. My grandma, my vovó. There's some lore, there's some Eilis lore. I have a vovó, my Brazilian grandma. And so she was originally from Brazil. And so my dad likes to make fun of her by saying that, like, she grew up in a tribe of cannibals. Brazilian, like, rainforest cannibals. And that she shrunk heads. Which is mean, but funny, because he's your son, so it's okay. Happy New Year's for you! Yay! Everybody clap! Happy New Year's! Woo! How many time zones are there in the world? We've probably missed a good amount of New Year's. I don't know. I know that it was in New Year's on the other side of the world yesterday. I don't know anything else. I guess they're all about an hour apart. But every hour on the hour we have to clap and go, yay, New Year's! English is a very subjective language. If you think about anything, it can be taken out of context. Exactly, that's what I'm afraid of speaking. I feel like every time I say anything that, like, doesn't mesh together as a perfectly normal sentence, I'm like, maybe, what if... what if that's bad and evil somehow, actually? 4 more hours for you? Dang, that's a lot of hours. I don't know if I can, stream for 4 more hours for you, sorry. I'm running out of stuff already. Hey, since it's New Year's somewhere, I think I'm gonna crack open the first alcohol and you can hear me retch. The closest one to me is spiced rum. I don't know, which one is, like, the least worst? We have spiced rum and coffee and vodka. Vodka is probably the most worst. Which one of these do you think will make me feel less nauseated? All of them at once. Mix them together. I think I might actually throw up on stream if I did that. I don't think that wouldn't be good for me. That would be a very, very bad idea. I would get vomit all over my carpet. That would be a nightmare. Channel your frat boy energy. I'm just gonna open up the one that is closest to me. And my cup. If you heard that thunk next to the mic. The first alcohol. I'm gonna try all 3 of them. Just because I feel as though I must. I'm not doing vodka first. Let me Okay, I just opened up the spiced rum. It smells like eggnog, which I guess is not a surprise. That is what adults who aren't me put in their eggnog. I have like the tiniest like little baby dribble in the bottom of the cup. I'm not taking an actual shot. I'm taking a sip. and you're gonna realize why I don't drink. I'm afraid. It's eggnog. It's eggnog. It's eggnog. I like barely touched my tongue. It hurt my throat. It's not a full shot. There was like I'm not even lying to you. Like it was like a milliliter. It was like a milliliter of drink. Good job, sport. I can feel it moving down my esophagus. That's I was that was not good. I didn't like it. I just realized I'm gonna have to like wash out my little I'm like getting distracted by the feeling of alcohol in my chest. I'm gonna have to clean out the little cup in between drinks so that I don't contaminate them. So I'm gonna have to like get up and go to the bathroom and like swish some water around in it and then do the next one. Or is that going on the tier list? I mean, it's probably less evil and poisonous than vodka would be. So let's say like vodka's probably gonna be like F. And that might be, I don't know, like a D. Maybe a D. I would never rank any alcohol highly, I don't think. I think probably the most highly rated alcohol I would have would be champagne, just because for a moment it tastes like grape juice. So at least you have the memory of grape juice in you. So for me that would be an A tier alcohol. Just get a little container in case it does. It won't. I don't think it even can come back up. It's so little. It's such like a tiny nothing amount. Like a mouse could not get drunk off of the amount that I just poured down my throat. I don't even think it touched my tongue. It just went directly down my throat. Oh god. Oh man. How do people do streams where they just I've seen people do streams where they just drink like throughout like a multi-hour stream. I cannot fathom doing that. I never understood the appeal of alcohol. When I was a little child, I was like, oh, that smells weird. And then when I turned 21, I was like, oh, that smells weird. Ugh, that tastes bad as well. I don't think there's ever been a single alcohol that I enjoyed drinking. And I've had, like, small sips of a lot. Because, like, everybody I know drinks, at least on occasion. So, every once in a while, I'll be at, like, a family gathering or a friend gathering, and people will be like, hey, try this. And then I take a sip and I go, yeah. Trash can Chen. No, I'm stronger than that. I'm too powerful. Imagine if my tolerance was actually so low that after literally 3 sips of alcohol, because I've never had more than one at a time, I just suddenly become drunk Eilis. So much alcohol that people absolutely judge you for buying the wrong thing, but you have no idea what's good without trying it. Nah. That's why I just don't bother. It costs money. I don't need it. It's also like mildly poisonous. I don't see the point. I'd rather drink iced tea. My comfort beverage, iced tea. And that's like 90% of what I drink is iced tea. I will occasionally drink water if I've like exerted myself, but I don't enjoy it because I don't like water. And I drink milk also. Milk is like a dessert and breakfast beverage, so I could drink milk only when it's really cold or it has chocolate in it. But I think the vast majority of my liquid consumption is iced tea and milk and then water, which is probably not good. It says the alcoholic in her. I do not. I had one I think it was vodka mixed with blue raspberry and it's god nectar on earth, but then again the berries were hard carrying. I've been given multiple drinks with vodka in them and been told, whoa, this whatever thing that is mixed in with it completely turns off the vodka taste, and then I pour it in my mouth and all I taste is vodka. I might just be like hypersensitive. Otherwise it's been made to drinking grass. Ew. White Claws are goated. My sister likes White Claws. I've never had one. Okay. And actually, there's a slight chance I might have had one actually, like years ago. I think she gave me a White Claw and I took a sip of it and I said, ick. I think that was the least alcohol tasting alcohol that I've had, because it took me a minute to be like, ick. I think sometimes it's not the taste, like, in your actual mouth. Sometimes it's just, like, I get it, like, in the back of my throat, like, suddenly, like, after drinking it. I'm like, oh, it was fine, and then I'm like, oh, wait. The feeling. Yeah, this is limit. Absolutely not. I am not starting the year off with baby's first hangover. That would be it. That would be very unpleasant. I would not be happy. The first day of the year sets the tone for the entire rest of the year. So, I don't want to ruin it. If when Eilis gets drunk, she becomes an improv god. The two paths before me. Straight edge or improv guy. I think I will live with the possibility that I might be really funny when drunk. And I will accept it, that it's a possibility, and move on. And never see the possibility come to fruition, come to reality. I am happy as a sober person. That makes it sound like I'm like a recovering alcoholic. I'm not, I just don't like it. I'm a little child. I have little child tastes. I don't like seafood, I don't like alcohol. What are some other like mature things that I don't like? I don't like lots of stuff. I would probably be considered a picky eater if I wasn't like willing to eat a lot of things at least once. Like, I'll try stuff, it's just like once I know I don't like it, I am staying away from it forever. And I don't like a lot of things. I'm not picky, I'm discerning. I have my tastes and I stick to them. When I'm drunk, I'm the real me. Drunk words are sober thoughts, Squishy. There are many drunks quite happy. Crazy topics. I'm a drunk. I'll try to chop kick you. Angry, evil drunks. I'm just hearing about like the types of drunk that people can be makes me like scared to ever possibly become drunk. Because I'm like, what if I'm just like a huge jerk and then that's just, I'm truly what I am. I'm just actually evil and I've been like hiding it from myself and the world the whole time. But maybe becoming drunk will like make me incredibly intelligent. It'll take down all the blockers in my brain and I'll be able to understand. I think that might only be when you get high on like stuff in the jungle. I don't think alcohol does that to you, but it could. Absinthe? You can chug some absinthe and like just go crazy. Unlock portions of my brain that have never before been touched. Introspective enough to not be a jerk. Thank you. I appreciate it. The vote of confidence on me not being a jerk. Either that or I just have a very good filter. I'm pretty big eater and made me a traitor to my fellow whites by not liking cheese. How could you? I'm a big cheese fan. I don't think I should say that. I'm a big fan of like 4 very specific types of cheese. And I don't like most like weird cheeses. Like, I don't like ones that are like wet on the inside. I don't like a mush cheese. Like, everybody in my family really likes brie, which is just slime inside of a cheese rind, and I'm afraid of that. I don't like it. I don't even know what it tastes like. I just don't like looking at it. I don't like the look of it. But I do like American cheese and like cheddar cheese and most of the Italian cheeses, probably. Mozzarella, ricotta, mascarpone. I love a good cannoli. So, once more, it's my discerning taste. I only like 5 things from like each category of food, and I just don't care about the rest. Kept playing White Monster's White Claws at work by accident. Did everybody think you were an alcoholic? I'm so sorry. The boomer juice. I've never had a Monster either. I've never had so many things. I realize every time I talk about like food preferences, I don't really eat anything. I have my like general foods that I consume, and I just don't think to try anything else most of the time, unless it's like forced upon me. My chest still feels weird. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. Probably if you had a thimble, the amount that I poured into that cup would be like a half a thimble, and it's making me feel ill. It's the problem. That might be a diagnosable condition. I might need to go to a doctor. Oh man. Ugh. Jeez. Lemon cheese later on pizza with lots of sauce and crispy and Gouda on the sandwich. I don't think I've actually ever eaten Gouda cheese. Actually, that might be a lie. I think I had it on like a charcuterie board once, and it was fine. It was just a piece of cheese to me. A lot of cheese just kind of tastes like a piece of cheese. Like, it doesn't have any real discerning qualities to it, to me. Rose never got her wings. I think I had a sip of Red Bull once. Most things that I've consumed, it's been like I had a bite of it or a sip of it. Like, if I don't really care about something, I don't continue consuming it. I give up. I give up after one bite. I'm incapable of like growing a taste for stuff. Maybe you're allergic to alcohol? I don't know. I mean, it could be a possibility. I mean, I've never had enough for it to have any, like, I've never gotten an alcohol rash or anything. It just kind of makes my chest feel uncomfortable for, like, a few minutes and then it's done. So it might just be low tolerance or something. So we can't fascinate you with a piece of cheese. You could fascinate me with a piece of cheese. Give me, like, a good Parmesan. Like, a good chunk of Parmesan. I would be pretty fascinated. A nice mozzarella? I feel like 90% of the cheeses that I like are just Italian cheese. I've eaten many an Italian food in my life. So I am an Italian cheese guy. Although I'm not sure if I would be fascinated with the cheese that I've eaten before. Maybe it was like a really, really good one. Like those really the giant, like $400 like rounds. What are they called? Whatever. Like $300 huge hunks of Parmesan. I think you could fascinate with that. That's pretty fascinating. That's a pretty fascinating piece of cheese. Turn her into a mouse. No! I got all the questions right in Home Safety Hotline. You can't turn me into a mouse. I'm their best employee. I saved Christmas. Oh man, I need to keep like adjusting the seat. I can't find a comfortable position to sit in for some reason. And every time I adjust, my model like freezes for a second. Know your immersion. I keep remembering that I have music playing in the background, and then I just need to do this for a second. Okay, I'm done. I can't listen to music without like subconsciously doing a little wiggle to it. I noticed that my mom and my sister, when they're listening to music, they will both at the same time, not even looking at each other, they will perfectly sync up doing that. And it's really funny because I'll just be like sitting somewhere with them. They'll be like talking to different people, looking in different directions. The music will come on, and they'll both just like at exactly the same time, at exactly the same rate. It's really funny. remember you were just sitting on boxes before. What happened to those, or was it on the floor? I was on boxes previously. I am now on a chair, but it hasn't been broken in, so it's a little bit uncomfy. I'll get it to conform to my butt soon. I'm sure it'll be fine. Full on mind link, exactly. Everybody in my family but me seems to have a mind link. One especially like ridiculous example of the mind link. One time I was with my mom and one of my cousins and my aunt, and we had recently had a birthday party, and there was a balloon that was like attached to the back of a chair because it hadn't yet been moved from the party, and it was a helium balloon, so like they stay up for a long time because it was like a foil helium balloon. So my mom and my aunt and my cousin were both just, they were all like talking about something, and I wasn't paying attention, I was just in the room, and my mom and my cousin both at the same exact time looked up at the balloon and then looked back to each other. And my cousin was like, right? Try to fathom what mind link passed between them in that moment, because I had to have it explained to me. I had no idea. I was just like on my phone, and I saw them like look back, right? And I was like, did I like miss a conversation? Like, what was happening? Was I deaf to the world because I was like scrolling through Tumblr? What do you mean? Apparently, they had both looked up at the balloon. It had been a few days since the birthday party. They both looked up at the balloon, both at the same time thought, wow, that balloon's really been floating there for a while, and then looked back at each other and were like, you thought so too. Like they just knew. It was insane. I would never have in a million years looked at somebody and just assumed that they had exactly the same thought as me and just been like, yeah. It was, like, honestly creepy. Literally beyond my comprehension. That's happened, like, a few more times, not quite so, like, ridiculously, but people in my family are constantly jinxing each other, like, saying the same thing at the same time, that jinx. I've only really done that with my little sister, and not really that often. Usually we'll jinx each other on, like, if we're both, like, quoting SpongeBob or something. So it's just, like, the SpongeBob cortex in our brain is just, like, feeding us lines from SpongeBob, in certain situations. And I guess there's only so many situations that can remind you of SpongeBob quotes, so they often line up. One time my friend had a foil balloon in her closet that floated for like 6 months. I was enamored by it constantly. That's impressive. I guess because they have less little microscopic holes for the air to pass through and all. Because it's metal. Or is it plastic? I don't know. Metallic. So they will like only lose it through like the little tied part at the bottom. Maybe. I don't think there's a tied part. I think they're like mechanically sealed somehow. I wonder if one of them could just like float indefinitely. Like if you had it in the perfect conditions, like in a temperature controlled room or something. So Markiplier is a VTuber alias now. This is the first thing I learned this year, and that's your first fun fact too. What? Huh? Markiplier, the king of Five Nights at Freddy's. That's the last time I watched Markiplier was when the King of Five Nights at Freddy's was his main meme, so I have not kept up with whatever he's doing. I have no context on what the man is like currently. Why is he a VTuber? Why did he do that? That's so weird. That feels strange, like people who are already people being like, I'm gonna be a VTuber! Like, if they're having fun, good for them. It just feels odd. It's really funny. What does he look like? Does he at least have like a cool design? Is he a well-designed VTuber? That's what matters. What matters is you look cool. He truly can do anything. Good for him. I do remember that PewDiePie got like a free VTuber model and used it for like a little bit, like when VTubers like during the plague when people were getting really into VTubers and like people got mad at him about it. I do remember that. He like used it as a joke and people were like, he's ruining the sanctity of VTubing, and he was like, it's a joke. It's a silly, funny goof, you guys. He's too sexy for yourself. Now I want to look it up. Wait. Now I need to look it up. Quick moment for me to Google the VTuber Markiplier. Also, I got a new keyboard that hopefully is less clickety-clackety than my previous one was, because I hated how clickety-clackety it was. And I googled VTuber Markiplier and like nothing came up. I need to see it. What does he look like? Who is this man? I should probably just actually go on his YouTube channel, shouldn't I? That would probably be easier. Okay, YouTube. You suckered me into using the website on stream so that you can play audio at me, probably. Let's see. There's a big picture of his face screaming, great, Jesus. Suddenly played a thing at me. I don't see it on a thumbnail. I will never find out. I will never learn. I'll learn later when I see it somewhere else, and after I've forgotten about it. It's not on his YouTube? Oh well. I'll see it at some point, I'm sure. Somebody on Twitter will post it and I'll see it on my For You. Or I can look it up later. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't want to sit here like silently searching for stuff. Send it to you, but you have only emails. I'm sorry about my email. I'm not good at other stuff. I don't like using other social medias. I forget about them easily. Discord one. There was somebody, a member of chat, who actually started setting up a Discord server, and then I forgot about it. I went in and I was like, hey, thanks, man. I'll mess around with it. And he was like, yeah, no problem. And then I forgot about it for like a week, and then I got scared to go back on. I'm gonna have to go back on and say, hey, sorry. sorry for being a girl failure, and I can probably set up a Discord server at some point in the future. I gotta get over myself first. I do have a Discord account, at least, so that's something, I guess. Not thinking about it is making me embarrassed. I'm feeling cringe. I forget. I have brain damage. I have such a horrible, awful memory. It's actually sad. All about the media, not the social. Yeah. I'm even, like, not good with Twitter, which is basically the only other thing I have besides YouTube. I will often just, like, completely forget for a couple days that I have Twitter. I see other VTubers, like, just making tweets, just not about, hey, I'm streaming soon. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably do those. And then I don't, because I don't feel like I have anything interesting to say. Don't live in fear. Make war. Stop! I'm not a war criminal. I'm not. They had it coming. It's okay if they had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. Dang. That's gonna be my head now. That's a good song. I've never seen. I think it came from Chicago. It came from a musical. I've never seen the musical, but I do like the He Had It Coming song. Spec Ops The Line playthrough when. That sounds scary. That sounds like a military shooter game. I'm fairly certain that's what that is, and I'm afraid of those. Somebody just set up a firework outside. It's 11:30. Not yet. War crime simulator. To make it rhyme better. If it's not wartime, it's not a war crime. Exactly. See, you get it. You understand. If it's not during a war, then it's totally illegal. I can kill as many people as I want, with as much horrific torture as I want, and as long as we're not currently in a war, it's okay. It's illegal, and I won't get in trouble for it. I've found the cheat code to prison sentences. Just say it wasn't during a war. Somebody's screaming at me. What are you yelling at? Wait. It's 11:30, and they're like setting off fireworks and doing kazoos outside. They're making kazoo sounds. Why are you doing that? You have so many minutes. Been hearing booms for the past hour. Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised that my neighbors have kept the booms to a minimum, because sometimes they'll just shoot off fireworks just on a normal Tuesday. Like, they won't wait for a holiday. They just get their illegal fireworks, and they're like, great, time to set them off. They must have, like, family and law enforcement who are like, no, it's cool, I know them. This is the only reason I could think that they would be allowed to set off that many fireworks this close to, like, a police, like, building. Because there's, like, a police precinct? Headquarters? Maybe, like, 3 blocks away. They must hear the explosion. They gotta have a guy on the inside. It's not waterboarding if you use diesel. Spec Ops: The Line is the shooter game that deconstructs the tendency for US shooter games to genuinely contain military propaganda. Isn't it like, kind of a thing that if you're portraying the military in your media, the military will pay you to do it a certain way? And, like, if you don't, then they take money away from you or something? I don't know. I'm not aware of anything. I just remember that there was, like, something I read once where they were like, oh, the reason that movies always have these particular tropes about, like, the military is because the military is like, hey, here, if you want to, like, use our vehicles or whatever in the film, we'll give you a bunch of money as long as you say nice things about us. I got mortars for tonight. Nice. Enough fireworks to make the military put you on the list. They're gonna call in the Navy to pour water on the fireworks. If you achieve top 1% in World of Tanks, you just get enlisted. Oh man. My only exposure to World of Tanks is the Russian Badger playing it, so I think I've learned like a couple of tank factoids maybe. I don't remember them currently, but I knew them at some point. Most of my tank knowledge is now just men screaming at each other and making jokes over tanks. Any fun fireworks stories? One time my friend almost got his fingers blown off by a firework. But he didn't, so that's the fun part. The fun part is that he didn't. My sickness also still lingers slightly. I've had a stuffy nose for like 2 weeks. I don't know why. I don't know what the problem is. I don't think it's like an actual illness. I think it's probably just cold winter air getting to me. But usually it doesn't do that. So it's strange. Give me more. I need to itch my nose. I'm becoming allergic to streaming again. The mark has passed at which my nose becomes itchy during a stream. Total War found it easier to rent out actual armored vehicles instead of make them cost, but had to return them really quickly because they were already sold to people who really wanted them. And then they had so many real armored cars, tanks, airplanes, and firearms that there were international inquiries because they were afraid they were a front. And they were going to invade another country. Wow. I mean, that's kind of impressive. They get so many, like, sick military vehicles that they're like, are you, like, going to commit war crimes in the near future? It's easier to get actual AKs than props. How would it be hard to get a prop gun? Or is it just like, is it based on like the quality of the prop? People are making noises outside. I don't know if the firework noises come through. I mean, my windows are closed, so they're muffled. But if I open them, I'm sure you'd be able to hear the booms. Once me and the fellas tied 250 sparkles together and set them all off at once. How beautiful. But yeah, one time at one of the New Year's parties, my family friend, he like went to set off like a small firework, like not a real firework, but like just like a one that goes pop like on the ground and sort of spins around, like it's just like at ground level, but it like zigzags a little bit while letting off sparks. He set one of those off, and like while he was like kneeling somewhere else as it was like going off, it like went right past like his hand, and he like fell over because he was so scared. But it didn't actually get him. It like maybe singed him slightly, but he was fine. So that's my only fireworks story. Everybody was like jumping back, and he was like, "No, it's fine. It's a little one. It won't go that far." And then it just like almost burned him to death. So that was fun, because he was okay. If he wasn't okay, that would be a less fun story. My sickness. I wonder where the aliens are at. They don't probably haven't come. The aliens are afraid of everyone. Because the aliens are in like the is New Mexico is where Area 51 is, right? Or like Arizona or something. One of the hot ones. One of the more southerny states, southwestern. People love their guns in the southwest states, I think. The aliens don't want to leave Area 51 because they know that's where they're safest. I couldn't live near a reservation where they sell super illegal fireworks, and one time they came back with their SUV stuffed, like all the seats and passengers buried. That sounds like a hazard. That sounds very scary. I would not want to be in that car. Back. You have to make a prop gun look perfect. Machines to make guns are master-producing them, but instead you're going to hand make it with exact detail. It's much more time and money. Yeah, that makes sense. If you want a good prop, you have to spend a lot of money for it, but you can just buy a regular one and, like, take the bullets out and put the safety on, and it's, like, probably fine. If I got in a car, I got a block. Scary, scary, scary. I don't like that. That's horrifying. I'm sure you had a wonderful fireworks show, but was it worth the risk? Nevada? I don't know where anything is. I was a horrible geography student. One time they gave me a map to fill out on a test, and I filled in like 4 states. I filled in the ones with like recognizable shapes. I was like New York, Florida, Texas, California. I didn't remember any of the rest of them. And I got a very bad grade, but it was okay because the teacher liked me because I was quiet. That's how I get through everything, is I make the teachers like me because I don't talk in class, and then they overlook my stupidity. Area 51 is in Groom Lake in southern Nevada. Zero Fallout New Vegas takes place. Of course it is. I still feel bad about Fallout New Vegas. I haven't actually like looked into it all that much since the last time I looked into what my problem might be and got discouraged because I couldn't figure out what the problem was. I'm probably gonna, in the near future, look into it more thoroughly and do just probably a bunch of troubleshooting. See if I can't get it to actually work. And then I'll play the rest of the game, but it might be a little while because I'm kind of discouraged. It seems like a very fun game. It's been quite a fun game so far. I just am cursed to never be able to play a game to completion. Set another child on fire. No, I don't want to do that. Then the game will break even more. 2 whole brain cells in my head. Maybe not even. Maybe like 1.5. I did just drink alcohol. Doesn't that kill brain cells? Oh no. They're gonna be devastated. I'm gonna go catatonic from my thimble full of alcohol. My neck hurts. I keep having bad posture. I need to fix my posture. New Year's resolution: get better posture. Let's add that one to the list as well. Stop shrimping so much. Sit up straight, idiot. But it's so comfortable to shrimp. Love to be a shrimp. I feel like I'm still feeling the effects in my chest of the tiny little sip of alcohol that I took. That might just be psychosomatic. That might just be a me problem. More alcohol. Yay, more alcohol. You know what? I'm gonna shrimp with a belly full of vodka. Everybody seems very adamant about the vodka. I might do that one. I may take a tiny sip of vodka next and go ick into the mic a second time for your amusement. I will wash out my little cup though. I am going to go to the bathroom and wash out my little cup so that it's not tainted. I feel like that would probably be icky. That's probably bad form. Let me take my headphones off. Suddenly my voice sounds so loud to me because the headphones aren't muffling it. Oh god. Shut up, Eilis. Stop, you're too loud. Be quiet. And my same cousin plays a mortar exploder like 4 feet away from me. It's just like in movies where you don't hear the bang, just go straight to your ring. That's horrible. Oh god. I hope your ears are okay. Don't even say down a fireball. I don't think we own a fireball. I think my experience with being near fireball was a one-time thing. I don't think Roommate has purchased any. Thankfully. Otherwise I might feel compelled to go and get some. Just to, like, since it was mentioned, to give the people what they want. Okay, let me get up. Oh no, I'm frozen. I froze it like a weird... I want to freeze in an attractive pose. Okay, whatever, I'll get up. Very pretty of me. That one's even worse. Look at my angry eyebrows for a second while I wash out this cup. Come back. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Scary. Watch Eilis have a seizure live on stream. Okay. I thought I sat on something for a moment, but I did not. It was just a lump. Okay. Oh, I'm not ready. Let me put my headphones back on. Let me stall further. Okay. Okay. Tinking glass. I'm so afraid of this. Tito's handmade vodka, unanimous double gold medal winner of the World Spirits competition. Good for them. I hope that means it's not horrible. This is probably the one for drinking and not the one for making pasta. That's surprising. It doesn't smell like anything. I expected it to smell. This vodka's scary. We've got Tito's. Is Tito's good? I don't know. It was just there. Oh, that's a lot. I accidentally poured a lot in there. And by a lot, I mean maybe like a full thimble's worth instead of half a thimble. It's bad. It's 11:44. Do I really want to go into the new year with my throat and chest hurting? I guess I do. I guess I must. Vodka is supposed to be odorless and tasteless. You underestimate my abilities to taste things that are icky. It smells a little bit like nail polish remover, actually, when I put the amount in the cup straight up to my nose. It tastes like NyQuil. Why does it taste like NyQuil? It tastes like cold medicine. Why? That's icky. I don't like it. Fuck it out, chick. Chug the labs. Oh, now my chest feels really warm. I think that's supposed to happen. if literature has told me anything, if reading books where people sometimes drink has told me anything, it's supposed to make your chest feel warm. So I guess that's not a bad thing. But it tastes like NyQuil. That just tasted like I was drinking cold medicine. My reaction is still really overselling it. I just have to cough it out. Alcohol thins the blood. Yeah, I guess. One time, actually, that reminds me of a fun family story. We're telling Eilis family stories tonight. One time, when I was little, my mom was making dinner, and she was cutting up a loaf of Italian bread, and she accidentally cut her finger really bad. And she put a band-aid on it and everything, whatever, and she was like, oh, it's fine. And then obviously was bleeding under the band-aid because she cut her finger with a bread knife. But we ate dinner and we were fine, and then me and my little sister went to bed because we were little children. And she was like, oh, well, now to get over the stress of cutting my finger with a bread knife, I'm gonna have a little glass of wine and sit at the table. And so she was elevating her hand. She was like, you're supposed to elevate injuries, right? And as she was drinking her glass of red wine, she felt something running down her arm, and she was like, huh, what's that? Strange. And she looks over, and her entire arm is there's a streak of blood coming out from under the band-aid. Because she was just didn't think, and red wine is extra blood thinning apparently, so she was just bleeding profusely out of her finger. And she was like, I guess I can't drink the rest of that wine. So don't drink when you've gotten an injury, kids. Yeah, bread knife cuts are not fun. One time I was cutting a bagel, and I cut bagels the not safe way. Well, I used to. I don't anymore because of this exact incident. I now will cut them in half, and then put the half flat side down, and then cut it on a plate. But one time in the past, I was just holding a bagel and cutting it all the way through with the bread knife, and I accidentally overshot the bagel. I cut a little too far, and I cut into my finger. And I'm actually I acted pretty fast. I was like, oh, I've cut myself. I immediately put a band-aid on, and then just left the band-aid on. I didn't poke at it. I didn't touch the injury. And the band-aid stayed on for a week. I was I'm not risking this getting horribly infected or something. So I had the band-aid on, and then I took it off, and there wasn't even a scar. I was very proud of myself for my wound care capabilities. But for a couple of days after I took the band-aid off, because it was on the knuckle of one of my fingers, the little wrinkles that are usually on your knuckles were gone because I hadn't bent my finger in a week. So they were just flattened under the band-aid, and it was very weird to look at. It was a weird, smooth, dull finger. So that's my bread knife cut story. My incredible wound care skills saved me from having a little scar on my hand. My mom still has a scar on her hand from the bread knife incident. And my dad tried to convince me oh, you're supposed to dry out a cut, don't put a band-aid on it, it'll heal better if it's dry. And I was literally everything I've ever read says that you need to keep cuts moist so that all your cells can bond together better. And he was like, no, that's silly. I always I never put band-aids on my cuts, and I'm like, yeah, every injury that you've ever had has scarred horribly. My dad has 3 broken fingers that he never set, and they're all crunchy and weird. His hands are covered in little scars because he used to work on planes. So I'm not taking advice from a man with such mangled hands. Didn't even know that could happen to the wrinkles. Yeah, I guess with enough pressure and lack of movement, any texture on your skin can be smoothed out. Shut up, people have low tolerance to alcohol. I don't know. I don't think so. Everybody in my family can drink. I don't like the sensation. It feels icky. Literally the amount that I've had could not get anyone drunk. Even if you were super lightweight, I don't think the amount I've had could do anything to anyone. It's literally maybe 6 milliliters of drink. I don't know. I don't know anything about measurements. But it's not a lot. I'm just very dramatic. You're supposed to change a band-aid every day, though. I don't know. Mine worked out fine. I don't know what I looked up on it. This was years ago. I don't know what I looked up on the internet that told me what to do. I just left the band-aid on. And it was fine. I don't have a scar on my finger or anything. And it was a pretty deep cut. So, whatever happened, God smiled down upon me and healed up my wound. Thanks, God. Appreciate it. Appreciate the help. 10 minutes till New Year. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Will the last thing I drank in the New Year be vodka? Because your burning sensation alcohol also thins your blood and dilates your blood, which gives you the warmth. Science. Man. Now I feel like I have to just get the other one in before the end of the year. Hopefully it'll be less gross. I actually don't scar much, I don't think. I think the only injury that I've ever retained a scar from was when I was little. I was on an escalator, and I wasn't even like running up the escalator or anything, but I was just walking up the escalator to get up a little faster, and I tripped, and you know the escalator steps have like teeth on them, like they have those ridges or grooves or whatever. One of them went into my shin, and it like carved out a little chunk of me, and so on that leg I still have, like, if you like run your finger down like the front of my shin, there's like a little divot. There's not like really noticeable unless you really look for it, but it's there, and like it's you can touch it. I think that's the only actual scar that I've ever gotten. Anything else has gone away, at least to my knowledge. Added me on Twitter for super secret feeds. They don't have any better way to set it up. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do the Discord thing. I promise. Hold me to it. Sometime in the next week or so. I'll remember to go on Discord and say, hey, I'm sorry, I forgot about Discord, and then do a Discord, and then we can all have a server. Yay! Oh, I'll look on Twitter now. I'll open it. Oh, my little notification says +2. Ooh, that one with the various god characters. I understand. The video is still playing. It hasn't shown me an image yet. I see. I see. Yeah, don't say things to me, Anime Markiplier. Makes sense. Sexy Anime Markiplier. It feels weird. It feels strange. That's odd. I would have expected a famous person to just be like, here's my VTuber on my YouTube channel. Look, it's me, but as a VTuber. Like me, but anime. That's no Markiplier, but anime. That guy's blonde. Strange. Anyway. Now I am aware. Next stream, if no Discord, we riot in chat. Well, at least you've given me a time frame. A time limit. I'll remember. I'll get over myself. I'm sorry. I have a scar on my head from when my sister hit me in the head with a shovel. You can only see if my hair is buzzed really short. Wow. I mean, good job not dying to shovel to the head. That's impressive. My dad has a big scar, like, on his back. It's not really a scar, it's sort of just like a discoloration. Because one time, he was, like, somebody was carrying a pot of boiling water and, like, tripped or something, I don't know. But they spilled boiling water on his back, so now he just has, like, a big, like, chunk of, like, slightly darker skin on his back. My dad is full of injuries. He's had a rough time of it. And he refuses to go to a doctor for any of his injuries because he's like a big, strong man and he can tough it out. So they all heal weird. I think the only thing that he's gone to a doctor for in my lifetime was he had an actual literal heart attack when he was on vacation with one of his buddies. And his friend had to take him to the hospital. That's the only time I know of him going to a doctor. Has stats. Exactly. I breathed in too hard. That wasn't an alcohol cough. That was a too much air cough. Classic. He also he used to work on planes, like fixing planes. Not like giant like aircraft like airliner planes, but like small planes. And one time he had a landing gear, a piece of landing gear. He was like working under the plane, and a piece of landing gear like fell off or whatever and like hit him in the chest and like pinned him. So he got all like crunched up by the landing gear, and he had a bunch of like oil, like plain oil, in his landing gear wound. I'm pretty sure he went to a doctor for that. Whoever saved him from under the landing gear called over a medic and was like, "Fix him!" Every dad thinks they're Kratos. My dad is Kratos. He's a big, strong man. I mean, if you have a piece of plane land on you and you end up fine, I think that's pretty impressive. He loves to tell that story. He thinks it makes him sound so like awesome. God, there's no time. Wait, let me sprint to the bathroom and clean out my cup again, and then I will pour the other alcohol in. Like landing gear, yeah. This was like before I was born, so I don't have the juicy deets. He was working on a plane, piece of landing gear fell on him, and then he had to get like stitched up, but he was fine, so it's no big deal. And with that, I will leave you to very quickly. Where do I put my headphones? Rinse out this cup. Goodbye. Got it. I'm probably watering down these alcohols like badly or something because I'm not drying out I'm not drying out the cup or anything. So there's like a little bit of water left in it. 2 more minutes. Quick, Alice, grab. Oh gee, good lord! I nearly doinked the Tito's vodka off of my desk. That would not have been good. Okay. Kahlua, rum, and coffee liqueur, the original. There's a weird top. Are you supposed to drink this on its own? I feel like this is another one of those mixer things. It doesn't smell bad. It smells like coffee, which makes sense. Let me put the lid back on. Okay. It appears to be mostly a cocktail thing because the back of it says put it in a bunch of cocktails. We'll see. Bottoms. Okay, that wasn't as bad. I may just be growing slightly desensitized. That's like a back of the throat alcohol. That's probably the least worst. It mostly just tastes like way too sweet coffee, I think. Okay, well that one's top tier. Then after that is the rum, I think, and then after that is the vodka. It just tastes like cough medicine. I'm becoming an alcoholic this year. It's 12 a.m. by the way. Happy New Year. First Eilis words of the new year. I'm becoming an alcoholic this year. You quote that. I'm becoming an alcoholic this year. Eilis 2020. Yay! Woo! Everybody clap! Yay! Merry 2025! Woo! I don't have anything cool to put up on stream. My chest feels strange now. Your resolution. That's not good. That's bad. Okay. Real resolutions. I'm locking them in. Real resolutions is be better at time management, which has the sub resolutions of be better at making videos and stuff well, and be better at streaming consistently. Those are sub resolutions to that one. Then other resolution is remember to do Discord. Remember to remember to have social media like a normal person. And then become an alcoholic. First person this year to eat ramen. Congratulations! Michael's Theraflu, alcohol, and card game. No, those are bad calls. I think another thing that I was thinking of was this is like a maybe. I'm not locking this in fully. But I was thinking I could try doing multi-streaming out of where you stream on YouTube and also Twitch at the same time. I've had a Twitch account for a while, but I've never actually really used it. I've just watched a couple of people's streams on Twitch. I don't know. I think it might be an interesting thing to try if I can figure out how to do it. That's a wiggly hand motion possible goal, just to see what happened. Just to say if that's anything. I still would much prefer streaming on YouTube. Also, fireworks. I don't know if you can hear those. they're going. They're fireworking. I'm probably gonna have to go down and check on the dog actually in a little bit. He's okay with fireworks mostly, but I have heard him go a couple times during the stream. So that's something I may have to do. He's probably okay. He's fine. We actually got him pretty soon before, like right before the 4th of July. So he was like a puppy, like a little baby. And we have like crazy fireworks people, obviously. So we were like, oh god, how's he gonna react to the fireworks literally right across the street? He was fine. He slept through them. So he's good with fireworks. Yay! Happy New Year! Hey! You can hear the microphone popping. Yay! Happy New Year! I hope this year is good. I hope it's at least a passable year. Mid at the very worst. Yeah. Now that it's the new year, I don't know what to do with myself. I've drank all my alcohols. I'm not drinking anymore. I feel like I'm gonna make myself sick if I drink anymore. Just like through like brain problems, I'm gonna convince myself that I have to feel ill. Happy New Year, gamers. I hope we have a gamerin' New Year. I would kill for mid. Let's hope for the best, but be happy with mid. That's good. That's a motivational quote, I'm sure. Reach, shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you will land among the mid. Cocktail hour. Time to mix in juice and stuff. I actually don't have any iced tea at the moment, because I am so angry about this. I'm so angry, but I had a big jug of Arizona iced tea, the only iced tea I drink, really. And those jugs are, like, really horribly flimsy sometimes. Like, if you hit them on the right part of the jug, they will simply explode. I was picking up the jug, and I dropped it. I was literally 2 inches above the floor. I dropped it, and it shattered as much as plastic can shatter. Like, literally the whole front of the thing just got a huge crack in it, and it got iced tea all over the floor, and I haven't bought iced tea yet since the incident. So I have no drinks. I've been like scrounging around for like soda and other such non-iced tea drinks. I made lemonade a couple times, then I ran out of lemon juice and I haven't bought more lemon juice. It's a tragic existence that I live. I hid mid as a term. It's Insidious's rating because you don't mean 5 out of 10 when you say mid, you mean like negative 1 out of 10. I mean mid would mean middling. It means just okay. That's how I would use it, at least. I mean, people will like to, on the internet, way over-exaggerate, so, like, a word will start out meaning one thing, and then people will use it in like an exaggerated or sarcastic fashion so often that it just completely becomes a different word. But I'm always using them as like what the word seems like it really should mean. When I say mid, I promise I mean middling, middle of the road, 5 out of 10. I promise to you that I swear it. This is my solemn vow. Calling something milquetoast while also calling it trash. That's dumb. That's stupid. I think words have meaning. Ignore what I said about an hour ago about words not meaning anything when we were talking about pie. Now I've decided that words have meaning, and mid should mean middle of the road. All that matters is what I think. What I say is law. People really do run words into the ground on the internet, though. What was the deal with everybody saying demure for a while? Have they stopped that? I feel like that was like a week where everybody said demure, and apparently they weren't using it to mean what the word actually means, but I don't know what they were using it to mean. So every time somebody said something demure, it was like, oh, like a proper Victorian lady understood, and then people were like, well, people aren't using it to mean the right word, and I was like, what are they using it to mean? But I couldn't find any like actual information, so I just kind of lived with it for a week until people got sick of saying demure. So true, Queen. I have good opinions. I am the only VTuber with good opinions. For legal reasons, that's a joke. One year, my friend tried to trick open a bottle of champagne with a knife, dropped the bottle, and shattered all over the kitchen. Great start. At least that hasn't ever happened to me. One time I was at a New Year's party and somebody opened up the champagne and it like almost got someone, like the cork almost hit somebody but didn't quite. A lot of my New Year's party stories are just somebody got near missed from something horrible happening. But what matters is they lived. Still no clue what demure is supposed to mean. Yeah, I don't know. What, it's done now. People aren't saying it anymore, so it doesn't really matter. God, fireworks. My floor is shaking. Another good vocab word taken from us. How dare they? Not my vocabulary words. Not the one thing I was good at in middle school. Actually, like, for real, my floor is shaking. I'm feeling it in my feet. Why are you doing this to me next to our neighbors? How you sleep at night? No, you have objectively correct opinions on everything. Exactly. 100%. Everyone would absolutely risk breaking glass shards and dust open a champagne bottle with an officer's British shaver. That would be cool. A while ago, my sister and one of my cousins went to Italy, and they stayed in a fancy hotel because my cousin does a job where she like plans events for like rich people. So she has like a bunch of miles and like credit points on like a bunch of things. So they went to like a really, really fancy hotel, and they were like talking to one of the, I don't know, concierge guys or something, and he was like, oh, will you be joining us for our like 7 p.m. sabering ceremony? And they were like, absolutely. And so they just went into like the dining room of this place and watched a guy explode a champagne bottle with a sword. Like, good for them. I'm glad she got her like vacation points and could use it to watch a guy sword open a bottle of champagne. That sounds pretty cool. I would be very afraid of glass in my champagne if that happened. Not that I would really drink it, but I mean, they must pass it through a sieve or something just in case, right? Like, you're paying a lot of money to be at that hotel if you're not doing it on miles. That I don't think they'd want people swallowing glass shards and dying and suing the hotel. That would be very bad for business. Although I don't know how the law works in Italy, so like maybe it wouldn't be a problem. I was really the being from Final Destination, but could just sort of anything happening. Everybody just near misses death in my presence. If a man can eat a plane, I can eat some glass. Maybe I'm not so sure. I remember there was like this story that my mom told me that's like most definitely 100% fake, but it was like wear shoes when somebody drops something sharp, sort of cautionary tale, old wives' tale story, where she was like, oh, one time this, like, friend of a friend, or, like, was walking around, like, barefoot in their house after somebody, like, dropped a bunch of pins or, like, shattered a glass, and they stepped on a shard or a pin, and it, traveled all the way through the veins in their foot up to their heart, and then they died. And, like, even as a child, I was like, I'm not sure if that's how that works, but also I'm not gonna risk it. So whenever I drop something sharp, I'm like, alright, the shoes are going on. So I guess it worked. It served its purpose. Be careful, if you say we're in a bottle, you're shooting all the glass shards away from the bottle, so maybe you aren't risking it. Yeah, that, I mean, there's just, like, a tiny risk of, I'm sure some of them might stick to the top of the bottle or something, and when you pour it out, there could be glass in it. Well, it's probably not a very incredibly high risk. Especially if they do it to rich people all the time. Apparently rich people love sabering. So if it was killing rich people, I don't think they'd be too into it. Although rich people do weird things, so it might be a status symbol that you don't die when you drink sabered alcohol. There's like a laser. Why is there a laser? I just saw like a blue laser shoot into the sky. Like not a firework, just like a strobe light. It's gone now. It was strange. It was odd. I hope they aren't like bringing down the aliens or anything. The kind of glass they used to make bottles doesn't make tiny shards, it breaks into chunks, so there's no risk. That's good. I'm glad they're safe. Blind poor people wouldn't also be into savory bottles. I mean, yeah, swords are cool. Everybody loves a good sword. I'm just taking it as a rich people thing because of the rich people hotel that it was done in. I know nothing else about anything. That was literally the first time I heard of sabering open a bottle. I was like with like a sword, or is that some sort of terminology I'm not aware of? But it was with a sword. Some fireworks are getting abducted. No! Whoa, they're coming for me. The tractor beam is pulling me up. The pets are here. Those weren't war crimes. They were fine. Please leave me alone, feds. Thank you. We are 13 minutes into the new year. Lucky number 13, everybody. Woo! We got a rat. Who squeals? Man. Now what do we do? The new year happened. Am I done? I don't want to drink any more alcohol. I'm making an executive decision that I don't want to drink any more the alcohol, and I'm not doing it. I'm putting the cup far away from me so that you guys can't peer pressure me. 3 more hours for PST. Aww. We'll try to go for 3 more hours. Not joking, I heard police sirens outside. They're coming. Perhaps they're already here. Man. Someone beat you the first 4 times. How dare they? That was reserved. You've had that reservation for months. You stole the first war crime of the year. They're doing it again. Why is there a laser? Why am I seeing lasers? They have some sort of laser machine, or is that somebody with like a laser pointer and they're just haphazardly shooting it about? Please don't shoot it into my window and blind me. Thank you. Thank you, next door neighbors. I appreciate it. They've never had a laser before. I'm surprised about the laser. That keeps distracting me now out of the corner of my eye. Give me a moment to shut up and be quiet for a little bit. I'm restarting my brain. I'm doing a reset for the New Year time. It's not that I can't think of anything to say now that I feel like I've exhausted my entire life story and every conversation topic that could possibly be related to the New Year. Mona sounds for my fallen brain cells. When's the purge starting? Well, like the purge when you kill people, or the purge of my brain cells? Because the purge of my brain cells already happened. I drank 2 thimblefuls of alcohol, dude. I'm done for. I'm donezo. It's all over for me. None left. It's all empty in here. I'm so easily distracted by shiny things. I keep looking outside and seeing the laser. I really want to know where it's coming from. I don't know if it's my next door neighbors or somebody like further away. I think it's coming from behind their house actually. So I think it's probably somebody like further down the block. Where are you pointing the laser? I'm baffled by this laser. My brain is latched onto the laser. I can't. I'm putting up blinders. I can't look at it anymore. I do not see it. I am looking away. If you're around my house, you can hear them rocking around in there. Oh, my poor brain. My poor withered brain. Every time I look to the side, just know that I'm glancing at the laser beam again. Okay. I'm like just like touching stuff on my internet, closing tabs. I had several tabs open. I don't need to have tabs open. I was thinking of doing karaoke for the new year, but now I feel like weird and cringe about it because it's been so long. We've been streaming for so long. Earlier in the stream, I was like, it's too soon, and now I'm like, it's too late. Can't do this to myself. I might. Other New Year's resolution: be less of a coward. I'm such a coward. I'm a huge coward. Why does a kid have myself brain damage? Because they were giving us the scare in 4th grade about alcohol killing brain cells. In 4th grade, you had already had alcohol. I recall I accidentally drank wine as a small child thinking it was soda. That seems like a universal child experience. I feel like 90% of little kids have like a I accidentally drank alcohol thinking it was something else type of thing. I also a cat because I'm easily distracted by lasers. Could be secret lore. Eilis is actually a cat. I mean, I did do that song that one time. I still need to reach for the moon. I don't remember who this happened to because I hear so many stories from so many people. But it was like, I think it might have been my mom talking about when she was a kid, where she was at a family party or something, and people had like beers and everything, like in a can. And there was one beer can that the adults had apparently designated as the put your cigarette out in this can beer can. So her and her sisters were like cleaning up the table or whatever, and one of them was like, beer, and like took a swig of the cigarette beer can. And it was not a fun experience, or so I've heard. That's all the story that you have. I have like tiny snippets of like things that have happened to my family members just lodged in my brain, and I don't have any like other information about it. Just, hey, something happened, isn't that crazy? Anyway. You have a good New Year and a good night. Don't try the drinks and improve your alcoholism. Do my best. My mom gave my older brother a cake in Belgium when he was like 4, the country where they put beer in their cake. Oh no, poor kid. Like they just put like pour beer over the cake, like don't bake it in to cook off the alcohol. It's like cooking the dip bottle. Is that some sort of term I'm not aware of? What's dip? I feel like I've heard it in relation to some kind of smoking, but I don't know. Either way, probably gross. I'm sure it was icky. Luckily, I didn't have to experience that. I experienced it through storytelling. I put beer into the dough, but he was too young to be eating it, probably. I go to a lot of Italian restaurants, just because my family likes Italian food, and we live in an area with a lot of Italian restaurants. So, I will often, at a restaurant, have, like, tiramisu, and whenever they have tiramisu with alcohol in it, I'm always so disappointed. I like my tiramisu non-alcoholic, please, but they don't really, like, tell you most of the time on the menu or whatever. They're just like, tiramisu, and I'm like, sick, I love tiramisu, and then it's like a 50-50 on if it's gross, evil tiramisu. And it's always very sad. I like take my first bite and I'm like, yeah, coffee and cheese, and then I put it in my mouth and I'm like, oh, great, chewing tobacco. I thought that might be it, but I wasn't sure. I love knowing things kind of and then being too afraid to say them. I do that a lot, where I like somebody will say something and I know in the back of my brain what they're talking about, but then I'm like, I know the answer, but I want to hear you say it just because I'm like afraid of being wrong. And then once I say, oh yeah, I knew that, it seems like I'm lying. I promise I'm not lying. I just am afraid of being incorrect. Man, I finished the year just for it to be January again. Why are we doing this year business so we're just starting over? We should come up with new months. What are some fun new months we can come up with? Gotta spit it out after a while, so keep a couple spit in. Icky, that's gross. That's ew. Well, at least the beer can one had alcohol in it to kill the germs. Alcohol kills germs, it's okay! There's a Dr. Seuss book about new days of the week, or maybe months. I don't think I've read that one. I remember that I read a bunch of Dr. Seuss books as like a little child, and I don't actually remember the plot of any of them. I think I just like remember the Cat in the Hat and nothing else. I mean, it's not imperative knowledge for me to have. Much more useful to have my store of SpongeBob quotes in my brain forever. Because, like, you can quote SpongeBob casually, you can't really quote Dr. Seuss. That's a little weird if you do that as an adult. I was looking at, on Wikipedia a little while ago, the calendar, like, the French after the Revolution, were like, we're gonna do a whole new calendar with new months and 10 days in every week. And then they did it for a couple of years or something, and then they were like, actually, I'm sick of it, and then they just went back to the normal calendar. But they had, like, new names for all the months and new names for all the days, and, like, they were all named after, like, plants or, like, farm equipment or, like, staple crops, like, or like, farm animals. It was interesting. Very strange. I don't know why they would do that to themselves. They also, like, changed the number of hours in a day. And I was like, this just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like, you're probably gonna have to be doing, like, leap minutes, leap days, leap hours, like, all the time. Because it was all in decimal system, which I don't think is how time really works. But then maybe they mathed it out, I don't know. All I remember is, like, reading all the names of the months and days and be like, wow, that's crazy. I really went for it. I do remember green eggs. I am quite familiar with green eggs. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. And that's the only line that I remember. But I do remember that a man was somebody was trying to convince somebody to eat green eggs and ham, and then at the end they did, and they liked it. And it's about how you should try new things, presumably. I don't know. I don't remember the moral. I just have my vague knowledge. Dr. Seuss worked in the cartoons department of the United States military and was doing such a good job, he was told to slow down. Doctor, please! You're too good! Take a break! Take a day! Still not try green eggs personally. Yeah, I don't think it'd be... I might be very iffy about the green eggs. Even after reading the book. Actually, if you overcook, like, a hard-boiled egg, the outside of the yolk kind of starts to turn green. So, I mean, if you want real-life green eggs and ham, well, not green ham, but green eggs, you could just, like, really overcook a hard-boiled egg, like, super hard. I don't think it'd be very good. I think it turns the egg, like, dusty and icky. Did you read about how the Russians missed the Olympics because they used to drink alcohol? Jeez. I guess that's why it makes sense for everybody to use generally the same calendar. I mean, there are other calendars, but I think they're mostly for, like, religious purposes, for, like, religious holidays and stuff, and people will generally still use what calendar do we use? Gregorian? I know there's the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar, but I don't remember which one is the one that we actually currently use. I just know that they're both Rome-esque, I think. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I learned about calendars. I think the green ham is worse. Yeah, I mean, probably. The green eggs are just overcooked. The green ham, I think, might have things living in it. Leave scrambled eggs in the food warmer too long. Ew, that sounds so gross. It's icky. I will stick to my perfect tried and true weirdo method of cooking my hard-boiled eggs. Thank you. I have like a really ridiculously hyper-specific nonsense way of cooking hard-boiled eggs just because I did it once and my egg turned out perfect and I was like, great, I will follow this exact procedure no matter how nonsensical in the future every time. And it works every time. But it is annoying. Because Julian the rest of the time used Gregorian. I'm very bad at remembering anything. Anything and everything. I'll remember like stupid stuff that doesn't matter and then stuff that actually means something. I don't bother or I like switch it up. I remember I took a psychology class in college because I was required to take some sciences even though I was an art student, and we had like a Freud section because they always have to give you the Freud section even though nobody believes anything that Freud said anymore, and I kept like mixing up ego and super ego. I kept flipping them in my head. I think those were the ones that I was messing up. I don't remember exactly, but because they both have ego in them, I think those are the most likely candidates. But I kept flipping them, and so I like wrote my final essay or whatever, and it was during class, so it's not like I could look up anything or like do research. I had to just do it off the top of my head. So I just kind of like guessed which one was which and hoped for the best, and I was incorrect. So I didn't do very well on my final, but I still passed. That's all that matters. Another near miss for me. Cooking is great. I actually wrote down my hyper-specific hard-boiled egg making method, and I want to like look at it to see how schizo it looks. Because I haven't made a hard-boiled egg in a while, so I don't remember my exact like stuff. Let me see. Oh my god, I have so many notifications on my phone. Wait. Google Docs on my phone, please. I know, it's so hard to load all of my millions of Google Docs. I'm begging. Give me a minute. It'll load, eventually. I'll wait. Why is the screen is still black? Come on, I want to be funny and quirky. I want to be funny and quirky on the internet and tell everybody my weird hard-boiled egg method. Yay, it worked. Open up my recipes document that I have on my recipes thing. Come on, scroll. Google Docs on the phone does like a weird thing now where when you scroll, it kind of like is choppy. It's very strange. And I have to do it down like the side for it to actually scroll normally and not choppily. Let's see. Hard-boiled eggs. I wrote ingredients. Eggs, water, because I thought I was being funny. Put eggs into cold water, heat until boiling, turn down to low, simmer for 12 minutes, turn off the heat and let sit for 3 minutes, then rinse in cold water before peeling and cut in half and add salt and pepper, because that's the only proper way to eat a hard-boiled egg. It doesn't sound quite as schizo as I'm like remembering the process in my brain. But when I make a hard-boiled egg, I have to set like 3 different timers. And I just kind of stand and like hover around the kitchen because I'm like, I don't want to overcook my egg. I don't want it to be simmering for the wrong amount of time. And I have 20 minutes just completely dedicated to making an egg. It's embarrassing. 12 minutes because I heat it up to boil and then turn it down. So it's simmering for 12 minutes, which you probably don't need to cook an egg like slow and low or whatever. But I just did it one time and it worked. So they're like just barely past being like wet on the inside because I don't like a wet egg. I don't like mush inside of my egg. I don't like slime. So it's just like within my procedure, you remove it like literally just after it finishes turning fully to like solid egg on the inside because I can't abide by a slime. All that for 1 egg. Sometimes I make 2 eggs. I mean, most of it is just me standing around, like, looking at a timer on my phone and watching a YouTube video. but it is a lot of standing around and like staring very intently at an egg. It's my science experiment for the week. I hope it works. I hope it doesn't just like only work on my stove. But I remember when just like one day I just had a real like hankering for a hard-boiled egg. And I was like, I'm gonna look up like the most optimal way. Like, you know, they have those recipe blogs where people will like cook a thing like 10 different ways and tell you the most optimal way. I looked up one of those for hard-boiled eggs, and then I like did their version, but I like messed it up slightly. Like I didn't read the instructions fully or something, and I bungled it. But I ended up like doing my egg procedure instead, like as a result of the bungling. And it turned out well, so I just kept doing it forever. So now that's just how I make eggs. Yay! New lore! Egg. Love a good egg. I actually got, for Christmas, I got a hoodie with Gudetama on it, my favorite little egg. The only, soft egg that I respect is Gudetama. There's a strong possibility it's specific to your stove and pot. Absolutely fully. I haven't actually tried to make it in anybody's house but my own, so, I mean, it might completely ruin your egg, but, like, it's only one egg. How much could it cost? $5? I don't know about Egg Dog. I don't think I'm aware of Egg Dog. I know that thing where, like, you can give a dog an egg and they'll, like, hold it gently in their mouth and not crush it. I'm not sure if that's what Egg Dog is. I just remember seeing a video where somebody like handed their golden retriever an egg and he just like took it very gently and walked away with it. Enlighten me. Or is that some sort of meme that I'm not aware of? Don't do soft-boiled eggs and ramen. I've actually never had ramen. I'm a bad weeb. I never had ramen. I've not even had the like instant like cup noodle type ramen. Just because when I was in college, I was like, I refused to be a stereotypical college student and eat cup noodles, so I didn't. And then I just never had any other opportunity to eat ramen, so I haven't. I should probably try it at some point. It's a funny little animation on YouTube. Perhaps I will look it up. Not right now. Not during stream. I feel weird like looking stuff up on the internet on stream because when I'm typing, all of my knowledge of words goes to my fingers. I can't shoot words out my mouth anymore. New Year's resolution, go to a fancy ramen place. First I have to figure out where the fancy ramen places are. I don't think... I mean, there's like a Japanese restaurant near me that they must sell ramen, but I've never actually ordered ramen there. Cooking stream, ramen first reaction? Could be. That could be another thing that I should try to do this year, because in the past I've been like, oh, I'll do cooking streams. I'll do that stream where I break open rocks that I promised literally probably over a year ago and then didn't do. Like, I'm just afraid of doing hand cam stuff because I don't want I feel like I'm in public when I do that, like even more, because then I'd have to be like in the kitchen. And there's risks. Breaking rocks. Yeah, I think it might have been, I actually don't remember if it was for my birthday or for a Christmas, but either way, it was a year or more ago, probably more. My dad got me a gift that was a box full of geodes. Quote-unquote geodes, you don't know if they're geodes until you break them open. Which sounds a little bit like a scam. But he got this kit with a bunch of geodes in it, and like a chisel and a hammer or whatever. I don't think a hammer. I think just came with a chisel. And we used his hammer. And you're supposed to break them open and see if there's a geode inside. We broke one open as like a test run, and then I was like, oh, wouldn't it be fun if I did it on stream? And then I got really nervous about maybe doing it on stream, because I would have to like find a place where I wouldn't disturb anybody with the sound of breaking rocks. And that it's hard to find a place where you wouldn't disturb anybody with the sound of breaking rocks, so I just didn't do it. Let's become a mukbang streamer. How are you supposed to actually pronounce that? I don't think I've ever really heard anybody say it out loud. Mukbang or mukbang? I know it's Korean, I think. Probably mukbang, but I don't know. Gotcha rocks in the garage. I should do my gotcha rocks. They are still unbroken, because I felt bad about breaking them. because I don't want to disturb anyone. Brings me back to those big sand rocks with dino bones in them. I don't think I'm familiar with those. I am familiar with, like, at, like, child museums, they'll, like, hand you a trough full of dirt and be like, dig for dinosaurs! And then you dig for dinosaurs in the dirt. No idea, I just say bang. Yeah, that's how I say it in my brain. But I'm never sure if it's correct. There's a lot of words that I don't really hear spoken out loud, and if I do hear them spoken out loud, they just don't register in my brain, so I just, like, pronounce them wrong forever. When I was a little child, I read the word foreign in a book, and then I tried to use it in real life. And I was talking to my parents, and I said something foragin, because there's a G in it. And in my brain, in my recollection, they, like, kind of looked at each other like I was crazy, and then, like, tried to hold back laughter. But according to them, they just kind of, like, glanced at each other, and they were like, oh, she means foreign, and then continued the conversation. But I, like, anxietied it in my brain into, they're all laughing at me. Which I appear to do quite often, actually. I've done that many a time. Where I've, like, remembered something years after it happened and been like, oh my god, everybody thought I was an idiot, and they're all making faces about, like, how disappointed they were in me, and then I, like, mention it to them, and they're like, no, that didn't happen, we were normal about it. And then I, like, feel bad for, like, accusing people of being mean to me. Kids crave the trough. The children yearn for the mines. Just kind of point and laugh. In my brain, everybody is pointing and laughing at me all the time. I'm a little court jester, and I'm not even a particularly funny one. Did that was segue once. Like, segue. Words are evil. They shouldn't spell them like that. I know a bunch of them are, like, a bunch of weird ones are, like, loan words, or, just, like, silent letters, where you don't realize as a child there can be silent letters. But it just feels mean. Most recently, like last week, I realized I said emaciated as emancipated. But they do look very similar. They're very similar words, letter-wise. I can see where the mistake would come from. I do, the thing a lot where I, like, will say, an acronym, or an initialism, I think is the proper word. It's an acronym when you can say it as a word, and it's an initialism when you can't, when you're supposed to say all the letters individually. I will say initialisms as if they were acronyms. I've done that several times on stream where I've said, instead of ASMR, I'll say ASMR, because that's just how my brain processes it, and so just before I ever heard it said out loud, I was like, oh, ASMR, and then it wasn't. It was ASMR. There's probably other ones that I do that, but that's, like, the most obvious one that I gave up on trying to consciously make myself say ASMR. It's just ASMR now. That's what it sounds nicer. It sounds like a nicer word. EMP or EMP. EMP, I would say EMP. Probably because the first time I heard it was, like, in some sort of cop show, and they're like, whoa, he's got an EMP! So I heard it as letters first. ASMR. Yeah, Latin has a right words pronounced exactly how they're spelled. I never took Latin. My sister took Latin in high school. She was forced against her will to take Latin. She didn't want to, but they said, no, you're going to take Latin because you're an honor student, and honor students take Latin. And she was like, oh, why? And she had to, like, make the teacher like her. Common Umbra family tactic. Make the teacher like you when you're really bad at a class so that they just pass you anyway because they feel bad. We have the just go effect on people. In school, it's like, just pass. My mom will sometimes, like, do minor traffic infractions, and then, like, get stopped or whatever, and then be, like, so silly goofy at the police that they're like, you know what, it's okay, just go. I love the just go effect. It makes life much easier. Like, one time when I was in high school, my mom was, like, speeding to get me to school because we had woken up late, and my school is pretty far away, and she got stopped, and here's some Eilis Umbra. My dad was a police officer when I was younger. So he like uh you get this like thing where if you're related to a police officer, you can just like tell other police officers, don't worry, I'm related to a police officer, and they just let you do minor traffic crimes. So my mom was like, would it change anything if I told you my husband is on the job? That's the code you're supposed to use, is tell them that they're on the job. And then the guy was like, do you have any proof? And she pointed at me and was like, that's his daughter. And the guy was like, okay, you just go. And so I got to school on time. We have this silly perk. Exactly. Because, like, my mom is just, like, such a, like, silly, pleasant little woman that, like, people are like, you know, she's so silly, goofy. I don't think she's doing it maliciously. Just go. It's great. Big brain. She has the advantage of just being, like, naturally silly. Like, she's not putting on a silly thing. She just says whatever is the first thing that comes into her mind, and usually it's, like, a joke, because her family's a bunch of jokesters. So she, like, has no joke filter, so she'll just, like, say funny things to people. And they're like, you know, you said that in real life, you were confident enough to say that to a real person in real life, you can commit your traffic crime, it's okay. God, Scoopy the Scoobers. Yeah. My Goofy Goober levels are... I think my Goofy Goober levels are, like, slightly higher than my sister's, but lower than a lot of the other people in my family. My Goofy Goober levels mostly manifest in, like, slapstick comedy happening to me in real life. Like, silly things that should injure me but don't, and then end up just kind of being funny, happen pretty often. But I'm not so good with no filter goofy joke at the police type of Goofy Gooberism. All I hear is more chances to do war crimes. Officer, it's okay that I did that crime because I'm just a silly little guy. I'm just a funny, goofy little dude. Being a silly little guy is admissible in court. Exactly. 100%. You can get out of anything if you're just a silly little guy. That's a valid defense. They have the insanity defense and, like, whatever other defenses that they have that I don't know anything about because I don't know about the law, and then they have Goofy Goober defense. Have you ever accidentally knocked something off the counter and caught it in a ridiculous pose? A couple times, actually. I can't really think of, like, a specific incident that would be, like, easy to describe. But I have often, like, done a sick ninja grab or something. Actually, the other day, I, dropped an ice cube on the floor, and then I was, you know, gonna throw it away. I was halfway across the room from the sink, which is where you throw away ice cubes because they're made out of water. And there was a cup in there, and I threw the ice cube, and it went into the cup, but it, like, swirled around the cup. Like, it did, like, it hit the bottom of the cup, and then swirled upwards, and then flew out of the cup again, like, in my direction. So that's one thing that happened. I'm not quite sure if that's slapstick, but it was certainly a trick shot, and nobody saw but me. I was the only person who saw. Because it was like, most of our cups are like glass, and they have kind of like ridges in them, but it was a plastic cup that I had gotten that was like perfectly smooth on the inside, and the bottom of it was kind of rounded off. So it just like was the perfect momentum or like motion or whatever for it to just do a sick spin and then fly out. It was very cool. New skill unlocked, ice cube trick shot. Yeah! I'm pretty good at throwing things into the sink from far away. That's one of my marketable skills. So whenever I drop an ice cube on the floor, the fridge is pretty far away from the sink, and I'm like, I'm not walking all the way over there. And then I throw it, and most of the time it lands in the sink. Most of the time. Which I think is still pretty impressive. Considering I don't like placements. Thank God you clarified that ice goes in the sink. Very important for everybody to remember that ice goes in the sink. If you put an ice cube in your trash, there is a chance that it will melt, and it will melt out of some kind of tiny hole in the trash, and then there will be water all over your trash bin, and it'll be annoying and kind of icky because it traveled through trash to get there. Remember. The more you know. Ice goes in the sink. Mission status sick! I love mission status sick. I don't even remember what that originally came from. I just remember the mission status sick image. I know for a fact that I've seen the mission status sick like full comic, but people just use it so much as a reaction image that it's left my brain. Now it's just mission status sick with nothing else. I didn't know it was some sort of space thing, obviously, because of mission status. It was a piece of information that my brain did not deem important. Chose to stuff in the space that could have taken up with more SpongeBob quotes. The reaction image Hall of Fame is a good reaction image. I haven't really had cause to use it at any point in my life, but I appreciate the vibe. Appreciate the feel of mission status. I have like a whole folder on my computer of reaction images, and I almost never use them. There was like a point in time where I had a bunch of people that I talked to online that I was often making them hyper-specific reaction images for like conversations that we were having, but I've never like really had cause to use a normal reaction image. I just hoard them just in case. Just because I like the funny image. So that's taking up like valuable space on my computer. But it makes me happy. It sparks joy, as they say. I have to keep like stretching my neck. I've been shrimping again. I have bad posture. Bad posture in the new year. I'm really stacking on the resolutions right now. There's too many resolutions. I might do like 50% of the resolutions. Which is probably still a good amount, considering most people do 0% of the resolutions. Hold me to my promises, everybody. Hold me accountable. VTuber accountability. Now that I'm saying it in a public place and not just in my brain, I have to remember to do the things that I'm saying I will do in the new year. They're still setting off fireworks out there, by the way. I just heard a bang. It really never ends. I can't wait for them to shoot off fireworks for the next, like, 3 days, getting rid of their extra surplus stockpile, because these people have so many fireworks for some reason. It's a little bit scary. I don't know where they get all of them. I'll hold you like Eminem holding your hat. Whoa, rat be upon ye. That's a good one. That's a good one as well. Shrimp. Don't say shrimp at me. It's so hard. It's so hard to sit up straight. It feels so weird. I don't like it. I probably look totally normal, but it feels like I'm doing some sort of horrible contortion when I sit up straight. I'm too used to huddling new and brighter shrimps. It's time for your hourly Eilis sits quietly for a minute. I want to do more shots. I haven't even drank an actual shot's worth of alcohol. It's sad how little I can drink before I start feeling slightly ill. It's not my fault. I've been able to legally drink for several years, and I haven't put my I don't know, drinking ability to any sort of tests. So I have no stamina or anything for it. I can't do it. It makes me nervous. It freaks me out. Shrimply unbelievable. You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? Okay. I highly fish that. I highly trout that. I assume is supposed to be the joke. I highly fish that. I'm feeling incredibly fished right now. I'm like having pains now. I feel like I'm getting worse at sitting for long periods of time. Press X. Jeez. Squidly exquisite. Can she say like somethingly exquisite? What is squidly exquisite? Just saying sea life puns at me. My headphones had like a kink in the wire and it just like dramatically unfurled itself. It scared me a little bit. Blood clots can become a problem. What if I don't drink enough to thin my blood? I'll get clots from sitting. I do know that sitting down for too long does actually, like, it messes you up, which scares me, because I sit down for a living. My mom told me when I was a child about deep vein thrombosis, which is when you sit down for too long and you get a butt in your leg and then it travels to your heart and you die, if I remember correctly. So I do live in fear of getting deep vein thrombosis. Very scary. Very, very scary to me. My New Year's resolution is to get better at puns. That's a good resolution. You can be the pun king. Shrimply exquisite. Good work, team! We did it! Maximum pun. Commit to yoga and stretches. Oh, man. I tried to do yoga once, but like, it was with a YouTube video of like a woman telling you how to do yoga, and yoga people are so, they're like weird. They were like telling me to feel stuff, like emotions, to like let out my suffering or whatever, and I was like, I just want to learn how to do downward dog. Like, you don't have to make this a big deal. I couldn't handle watching this tutorial video because I felt like secondhand embarrassed listening to this woman talk about like letting out the stressors of the day, and I'm like, just tell me what pose to be in and for how long. I'm sure I could find something where they're like clinical about how they do yoga, but I haven't bothered. I am pretty flexible, just on my own. I probably got some sort of connective tissue something, because I can like bend my wrist back really far, not like crazy far, not like far enough that you can, like, I think some people can bend it back far enough that it's like completely doubled over. I can just bend my wrist so that my hand is completely fully flat, and then bend my fingers back so they're at like a 90-degree angle to that. I'm doing it currently right now because I'm talking about it. I can do that, and people have always been like, whoa, that's crazy, that's too much. And I can put my leg behind my head. That's one of my big talents, is that I can sit down and pull out one of my legs and hook it behind my neck and just hold it there. That's one of my marketable skills. And I can do like a crisscross on the floor, like a crisscross applesauce sit, and then lean completely forward, like flat. Those are my flexibilities that people have been impressed over. So I'm probably mostly okay, because apparently being limber just generally helps you be healthier, which is nice. That is indicative of a connective tissue disorder. It's fine. I'm fine. I haven't died or anything of it. I'm just like marginally more bendy than the average person. It's not like painful or anything. My sister has a thing where like sometimes her hip will like pop itself out of place, but she's not flexible in any other like portion of her body. It's just like one hip sometimes will just like, she'll step weird and it'll kind of pop out, and she has to like do a little shimmy or like sit down for a minute for it to pop like back into a normal spot. I don't think it like fully like is the bone popping out of the socket. I think it's just something like some sort of tendon or muscle like pulling strangely or catching. She hasn't been to a doctor about it or anything. My family does not go to doctors for stuff. We're just like, it's probably fine. Cartoon physics, exactly. Yeah. See, that's lore. I am a cartoon, indeed. Look at me. Very cartoon, wouldn't you say? I've been able to do the leg behind the head thing since I was like a little child, and I don't even really have to stretch in order to like keep it up. I can just like break it out every once in a while to like impress people. I would do it sometimes in high school and gym class to like make people think that I was like cool. the teacher would be like, do stretches, and I'd be like, hey guys, want to see something crazy? I would put my leg behind my head and everybody would go, whoa, that's nuts! It made me feel very cool. It was the one thing that I was good at in gym class, because I couldn't run or lift heavy things or play sports. So it was just like, hey, everybody want to see Eilis put her leg over her head? Whoa, nuts! Anyway, let's go run. Let's go play volleyball. I also, when you I feel like it's weird to call it crisscross applesauce. I don't really know any other terms for it. Crisscross applesauce, my mom calls it Indian style. Like when you're sitting on the floor. I think it's also kind of a yoga pose. When your legs are like pretzeled. Apparently I do that weird. I do that like incorrectly. Because whenever people are like, another in gym class thing. When we were told to like do that pose for whatever reason, for like stretching purposes, the teacher would be like, oh, you're putting your like legs underneath each other wrong, and I was like, okay, sorry. Like, I don't know, that's just how I naturally end up doing it, and so I would have to like maneuver into whatever other way I was supposed to do it. I'm not sure if it's like incorrectly, but it's just like not the way that most people normally do it, I think. I do a lot of things not the way most people normally do it, just like completely by accident and instinct. I think the way that I do it is more like the yoga pose version, which is apparently supposed to be hard, but for me it's just the way that I've done it ever since I was like a little child. So I just do it like that. The left leg under. They're sort of like, I'm doing it right now, because I always sit like this, but monk style, maybe. It's just kind of my right foot is underneath my left thigh, and then my left foot is like sort of tucked in between my like right thigh and calf. I don't know. I do it several ways, but that is just whatever way that my legs end up in. Apparently they're just strange. I don't know how to describe these things. I've just been told I sit weird, so that's just something that I know about myself now, is that I sit weird, I guess. And like the way that I hold a pencil is just in a fist, which has been discussed previously. Everybody calling me weird. It's not my fault. I'm bad at like describing physical motions that I make. I hope that it made any sort of sense. But you walk manually too. There was a point in my life when I was like really worried about if I walked weird, and I think it might have permanently changed my gait or something, because I was like really worried. Like I was probably when I was like 13, which is the point when you start getting really self-conscious about literally everything. I was like, do I walk weird? And I'd like try to like physically like maneuver while walking so that I looked more normal, and I think it probably just made me look more weird. Because I remember one time my dad commented on it. He was like, why are you walking like that? And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm a failure. I also don't swing my arms when I walk, really. Like, I do sometimes, but only rarely. Most of the time, they're just like, my arms are straight, which apparently is like an autism thing. I don't know if that's true. But I read on the internet once that that's an autism thing. I don't know if that's real or somebody just made it up, but I don't move my arms around that much when I walk. I think it might actually just be a holdover from me always wearing hoodies and always having my hands in the pockets, and so I just stopped moving my arms when I walked, and then now I just don't do it. Shadow person with the tism. I have everything that can be weird with your brain, apparently. There's so many things wrong with me. You do walk weird. Everyone's noticing you walk weird. They think, wow, she walks weird. You're the only person who walks like that. No, my insecurities. How could you? I'm unshrimping, I promise I'm unshrimping. I'm not shrimping, I promise. Stretching is hard. Oh, it's so hard for somebody so limber as myself to stretch. I feel like a lot of things that are like strange about me, I will like Google them and the internet will tell me you have autism, and I'm like, doesn't sound true. I did see an image a couple days ago where it was like a picture of like a cat sitting like a person on a chair with like a glass of wine like in its paw. It said undiagnosed, but something ain't right. And I was like, yeah, something ain't right. Imagine shrimping can be me. Well, good for you. But told I have a distinctive walk animation. Hey, that just makes you a more interesting character, I think. Every character has to have their own distinct walk cycle. That's very important. Everybody should develop their own interesting walk cycle. Everybody's New Year's resolution: come up with a fun new walk cycle for yourself. I'm sure it won't mess up like your spine or your hips or anything to walk strangely like a cartoon character on purpose. Not to self-diagnose, but something's up. Something's weird in there. That's fine. It doesn't affect me, my life, so I don't care. If I start having, like, actual, like, brain damage, then I'll go to a doctor and say, please tell me what's happening. But until then, I'll just be mildly odd. Whatever. No big deal. They can't fix it. They can't make it better. Doesn't matter. Is laying back in a chair shrimping? I think laying back in a chair is better. Because your back is held up by the back of the chair. But I, like, hunch forward. I do a classic shrimp. Where, like, my entire life, I've, like, sat crisscross on everything. Like, on chairs. I hate sitting with my legs down. I always have, if I do it for too long, I just get, like, antsy and I have to switch to crisscross. And then, I would, like, hold books and notebooks and stuff and write on my lap instead of on a desk in school. So I think that, really brought along the shrimping habit, because I was just, hunched over for the vast majority of my childhood, so now it's just the natural, like, pose that my spine wants to be in, which is not good. As long as your neck isn't going forward. I honestly don't know. I'm not good at knowing what's happening to my body. I just live here. But I would always get, like, not, like, in trouble, but, like, mildly reprimanded in school because my notebooks weren't on top of my desk. They were in my lap, so the teachers always thought I was, like, doing, like, something that I wasn't supposed to. They were like, are you, like, drawing in there? I was, but along with my notes. Or, like, are you on your phone? Like, no. I am holding my notebook in my lap and taking notes. I hate putting my notebook on a desk. It just is uncomfortable. It feels weird. I don't like it. Can you lay flat on your back with no pillow and not be in pain? I think so. If I lay down, like, on a hard floor, the back of my skull hurts, but that's not a spine issue. That's just that I have an oddly shaped skull, I guess. It, like, digs into the floor and it hurts. But that's unrelated. I need to prop up my monitor with, like, 5 big books for my tall body. Good for you. Imagine being tall. Couldn't be me. I'm 5'2", probably because of all the shrimping. Probably stunted my growth. I was told in, like, middle school that I had scoliosis, but I don't think I have, like, actual real scoliosis, because I knew a girl in high school that had actual real scoliosis, and she had to get, like, she had to wear a brace, and she had to get, like, surgery and have, like, pins put in her spine. I didn't have that, so I think that was just, like, generic, child, humans, like, human-shaped, standing upright, scoliosis, because bodies weren't meant to be the shape that they are. How tall is everybody? Dox your heights to me. I want to know if I'm the shortest person in the room. I probably am. I usually am. One time I was having a conversation about, like, heights with some people that I talked to online. And everybody was taller than me, and I had to send them the Wikipedia article for, like, average worldwide heights, and be like, look, 5'2" is the average worldwide height for women. Please don't bully me. And they all made fun of me because they were all, like, 5'7". VTuber height or real height? Also, you pick easy mode? What's easy mode? Whatever height you feel is more important to you, tell me your height. 6'1" to 6'3"-ish? What is that? That's evil. 6'2", 5'10". It sucks. I'll never be tall. Everyone's taller than me. I have to call my little sister to get help picking up things from high shelves. It never ends. I want to be free. I'm gonna be sad for a second. 5'11" and a half. Every point laugh at the manlet and also me. Small bean. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. But my family does have just a tendency to be short. There are only a few tall people in my family, and their genes got like superseded by the short people genes. So I never really had much of a chance, but also I think me not sleeping enough and not like being healthy generally and my like weird sitting habits probably made me shorter. probably didn't help much. We do not call 5'10" short kings. Average sized king. Normal sized king. I'm the short king. I'm the littlest guy. I sometimes forget that I'm short because I don't really like hang out with a lot of people where we're like standing around and like visibly different heights. So I am always kind of like unaware that 5'2" is small until I'm like standing next to a normal sized woman and I like look up a little bit. I'm like, oh god. Oh, I'm little. I'm a little guy. I'm just a little dude. I must live with my shortcomings. Haha. Funny joke. Teehee. It just means you've been best as a Victorian child. It's hard to climb into chimneys to clean them. I would be such a good chimney sweep. I probably would only die of black lung when I was 17 instead of 15. I would be really good at chimney sweeping. How tall's the shadow? It's just me, 5'2". 5'2" is not a funny VTuber kayfabe height. I am 5 feet and 2 inches tall in real life and in cartoon. I am little. I'm not gonna lie about my height on the internet. It's very important to me. It's so good as a chimney sweep, you wouldn't even get yourself trapped. I could wiggle right out of the chimney if I fell in. Big guys don't make it out the chimneys. You're weak and the chimneys are coming for you. Soon the world will be made up only of short kings and queens. The chimneys will select the talls out of the population. My fake cartoon height was 5'4" or 5'7", one of those. You don't even remember your fake cartoon height! Santa's helper vibes. No! Stop. I'm a little elf. I promise you I'm not shrimping. Try my very best not to shrimp, but my neck is getting very stiff. I think it's because my headphones are kind of heavy. Usually I wear like in-ear, like little like iPhone headphones. They're not actually iPhone headphones, they're like off-brand iPhone headphones. Because they break really easily because I have electricity shooting out of my ears. But I'm using like actual over-the-ear proper real person headphones right now. And they are a bit heavy on the top of my skull, so it kind of hurts my neck a little bit. But the audio quality. I keep getting like weird, like chest feelings. I think that's just me being like afraid of alcohol. Oh man, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow with a hangover for my 2 thimbles of alcohol that I've drank. And it'll be all your fault for peer pressuring me. Victorian era never ends. All tall people are selected against due to the chimney cleaning. In the steampunk universe, everybody is 5'5" at most. Invest in a good set of buds. I'm like afraid to buy good like quality earbuds because I feel like I'm gonna break them. Just because I've broken so many earbuds over the years that I'm like, I think it might just actually be that I'm cursed. Either that or I'm somehow manhandling the wires without realizing it and they're breaking because of that. But I don't want to buy like a $20 pair of earbuds or something and then have them break and then I'll be disappointed that I'm out $20. These ends are pretty good. I might try to find good ones and detach from the wires. And my thing is that I have a problem where most earbuds now they have like a squishy bit on the inside, and I don't like the squishy bit. That's why I buy the weird off-brand iPhone ones, because they don't have a squishy bit on them. And I just don't like having like the soft plastic in my ear, because then I feel like I can feel the blood. I can like hear the blood rushing through my head. Like if I have in the headphones, like I wear my headphones constantly, my earbuds, all the time. I almost never take them out of my ears, even if I'm not like listening to anything. I just like to have them in. And so when I have the squishy ones in and I'm not listening to anything, I can hear like the sound of like my blood rushing through my veins. And it's unpleasant. It makes me feel like I have like water in my ears. So it's a problem. So I'm like, I don't like that. I also remember when I was little, I read a story about a kid who, like, the plot of the story, it was in like a horror stories for kids book. The plot was that there's this one kid in this other kid's class who has headphones that he will like listen to music in like free period or whatever. But he'll take the earbuds out like every couple of minutes, and the kid's like, that's so weird that he takes the earbuds out every couple of minutes. I want to like see what's up with his headphones. And so he like sneaks into the locker room at gym class or whatever, and he takes the earbuds out of the kid's backpack and he puts them in, and he's like, whoa, this is the best like quality sound I've ever heard. It like feels like it's inside my head. This is so good. And he like keeps them in for too long, and he feels like the headphones, like tendrils come out of the headphones and start to like go into his eardrums. And that's why that's why the other kid was taking them out every few minutes, because every few minutes you need to take them out so that the tendrils don't get you. So the headphones like got like reached into his like eardrums, and he pulled them out in a panic, and his eardrums came with them. And then he was deaf. And then the kid who owned the earbuds came into the locker room and was like, oh, you shouldn't have kept them in that long. And like took the headphones and just like wiped off the gore. And the earbuds with the squishy stuff on the inside just make me remember that, because I'm like, this is what it felt like for the kid to have the music like feeling like it was inside his head. Like the sound quality is too good. They're gonna get my brain. That's what happens in my head when I put them on. It's so stupid. I read this story when I was like 10 years old probably, and it just lives rent free in my brain, and I'm always like, there's always the chance. It could be entering my eardrums, and I don't want to go deaf just yet. That's like the comedy reason why I don't want them, why I don't like the squishy bits, but the real reason is also they just like feel uncomfortable. But they do remind me of that story. And that was like, for a while, that story, the book that it was from, was like lost media to me, because I had it as a child and I probably threw it away or like gave it away or something. So I didn't remember what the story collection was called. And then I like asked some people that I knew, like, oh, does anybody remember the story? Can anybody like help me find it? And we ended up finding like the author's website and the books. And I had thought that it was a Bruce Coville story, because I read a lot of Bruce Coville books when I was little, but it was not. It was some other guy, and I don't remember the name of the collection now, because of course I don't. But it was like something about like something really stupid. Like the title story was something like zombie weenies from space or something. Like something really silly. Like weenies as in hot dogs, like hot dogs that were alive and evil. And that was the title story. And then within this silly, goofy book for children, They had, hey, wouldn't it be messed up if a pair of headphones took your ability to hear from you? Gross, right? Anyway, back to comedy. So that was certainly something. I'm seeing a lot of faces in chat. Yeah. Formative childhood experience for me was that story. I don't remember any of the other stories in that entire book. That was the only one I remembered. I was like convinced that it was just a book on its own because it affected me so deeply. But apparently it was just one in an anthology, and the rest of the anthology was silly, and that one was just the one deeply horrifying one. I read a lot of horror story for kids books when I was little. I really liked like kid stories, but that were kind of messed up. I don't even remember if I ever read like what are books for children like if they're not a little messed up. Because I feel like the only genre that I read as a child was like either like Diary of a Wimpy Kid style books, or horror stories for children. I liked Coraline. I think I'm remembering his name right, Bruce Colville, where he wrote a bunch of like sort of fantasy, sort of horror stuff that were very good. I read the Earbuds story. I can't remember. I just know I had a lot of like child horror, and the scary stories to tell in the dark. I did read Warrior Cats actually. I was also a Warrior Cats child. Attack of the Vampire Weenies. That's it. It's such a stupid title for a book that contained a story which like traumatized me forever. Like I still think about that. It's been so many years since I read that. I think I only read that story like maybe twice in my entire life as a child, like in middle school. It's been so long since then, and it still lives in my brain, and I remember like the story beat, like every plot point. I mean, it was short, so it's not like it would be hard to remember, but it was still like deeply ingrained in my consciousness now. But I did read a lot of Warrior Cats. I remember they did a series about bears as well, called like Seekers, and I think the plot twist was that like one of the bears was a shapeshifter or something. I only got like one book. I only read like one book, maybe two of that, or I didn't care anymore. I liked the Warrior Cats books for a while, but I think after they moved to the new territory, I stopped caring so much, because I felt like too many things had changed, and the books were getting a little too magic forward for my Magic Cat series. I was like, there's a little too much magic in these Magic Cats right now, actually. I think I might be a little sick of it, so I stopped. Aren't they still, like, releasing Warriors books? I feel like I looked up the Warriors website, like, a couple of years ago, and they were still releasing new books, which is, like, kind of impressive, but also, that's you gotta be running out of plots by now. I do know that since the books are written by, like, multiple people, like, at least 4, probably more people under the same pen name, that they have trouble, like, keeping up with, if characters are dead or not, or like what characters look like. So if you look at like the allegiances, which is the list of every character, it'll give you like their name and like a little description of like their appearance. Sometimes they'll just give characters completely different appearances from book to book, where like a character will be said to have died and then will show up alive like in the allegiances of another book, or like just appear in a paragraph and you're like, hey, I thought you died. I guess it's kind of impressive that they've kept stuff like relatively clear, like they know what they're doing with that many people working on it for that long. But if I was writing those books, I would be so stressed out about the continuity. I would be like, nothing makes sense. The children are gonna hate me for being not good at continuity, even though I doubt any of the children care. I think my favorite part about the Warriors books was the like Warriors guide books. I liked those a lot. Where it was just like, it was basically world building. It was telling you like the mythology of the cats and other such things. There was like the Code of the Clans, which was like stories about how all of their rules and laws came about. And then there were ones about like the cultures. Like I think it was Cats of the Clans, and it was like all the cultures of the different clans. And I thought that was cool. Like you get a tour through each Clans camp and like some backstory to how they all started. I thought those were fun. I'd like those more than the actual stories. I got sick of the like overarching plots after a while, and I was like, just give me lore and world building, please. One story for me was there's a hair in my dirt. I don't know what that is. Was that in Attack of the Vampire Ladies? I do not remember any other story that was in that. Even if it wasn't, I don't know what that is. Enlighten me, please. I do remember another story that really like stuck in my brain was the Green Ribbon, where it's like this boy and girl like fall in love and they get married later, and the girl's always wearing a green ribbon around her neck, and the kid's like, well, why do you always wear the green ribbon? She's like, I can't tell you, tell me when it's the right time. And then they get married, and then they get old, and then she's dying, and she's like, dear, I'm on my deathbed, I'll tell you what the green ribbon does. Take the green ribbon off my neck. And he's like, of course, anything for you, dear. And he takes it off and her head falls off. And that's the story. It's just another wouldn't it be messed up if. I love that. I love it when it doesn't really mean anything and it has no plot. It's just like, wouldn't it be crazy? Anyway, next story. There's a lot of, like, once I start talking about stories I read as a child, a lot of them start coming back to me. Like, at least vaguely. I think the Green Ribbon one was a really popular one. That was, like, a well-known one. I've seen other people talking about it. It's a very sticks in your brain sort of plot. Because I think that's what sticks in people's heads. Just a story that's like, wouldn't it be messed up if? And then they just tell you the scenario and then the book is over. Like, you don't need to keep track of character names. I'm not even sure if the characters in that book had names. It was just like the boy and the girl. I talk too much. At least our yapping experiment is going well. I'm getting okay at yapping. Just need prompts. I need yapping prompts. I keep having to like stop and take deep breaths and stretch because I'm not used to talking for very long periods of time. So I get like stress tense. And also my throat hurts a little. There's a story about a worm eating some dirt. He finds a hair in it and freaks out, and the book tells the story of how the hair got there. Turns out it was a corpse in a shallow grave. Wow. Okay. And was that for kids? I mean, I guess it must be, considering the constant, there's a hair in my dirt. But like, did they just describe a murder to you as a child? Kids really can handle a lot of crazy stuff, huh? I do like the one story about, like, when Coraline was being written, the publisher was like, this is too scary for kids. And Neil Gaiman was like, here, read it to your children, and they'll tell you if it's too scary. And, like, the publisher read it to their kids, and the kids were like, no, it's totally not too scary. Totally keep reading it to us. We want to hear more of the story, please. It's totally not scary at all. He met the kid at some sort of event, when she was, like, an adult. I was like, oh, I'm surprised you weren't scared by Coraline. It's pretty messed up. And the kid was like, oh no, I was horrified. I just need to know what happened next. It's like, I'm not going to leave that story unfinished. I need to hear the whole plot, but also I'm going to have nightmares. Makes me wish I read more books as a kid. The only formative one I read was Bones. I saw Bones a lot. It was like a comic, like a graphic novel, or not. At least the one I'm thinking of. I saw a bunch in bookstores, but I never actually picked it up and read it. I've heard that it was a very good, like, graphic novel, like, very, I don't know, good, important for the genre or something. I should probably read it at some point. Yeah. It always looked interesting, but just, like, not quite interesting enough to get me off the path of the thing that I came to the bookstore for. Because usually, there was a bookstore in the local mall when I was a kid. And me and my mom and my sister would go there, and I would go in thinking, I am going to get this specific, and I would pick up that specific book, and I would look at all the other stuff on the shelves, and I would be like, I'm gonna get my specific book, and just not even think about asking, hey, can I get a second book? So I would just pick up my specific book and overlook everything else. So I saw it a million times on the shelves and was like, that looks interesting, but I already have my book in my hands, and then I would just buy my book and leave. I had like a self-imposed limit of one book. Like, I'm sure my mom would have been like, oh yeah, sure, you can get another if you want. but I was like, I have to buy my one book and that's it. There's a lot of things that I know of generally, like books and other such stuff, that I really want to read, but I like, for whatever reason, I can't get the motivation to do it. It's like a few streams ago I was talking about The Yellow King. I read like the first chapter of it and then just stopped, and I can't recall why, but I haven't managed to pick that up yet. I can only like read stuff by accident. I keep buying books and then being like, yeah, I have a new book to read, and then I just don't, and they just sit there and I like feel bad about it. When in the library, I would just sit down every educational thing and book I'd find. I love an educational book as well. I used to read, like, I used to trick my teachers into thinking I was smart in grade school by, like, just reading a bunch of those eyewitness books. They were, like, 90% pictures. But they were just, like, a bunch of interesting facts about various things. Like, there were so many different topics that I would just, like, be like, yeah, I'll never get bored with this because it's just completely new information every time. So I would read, like, a historical one, and then I would read one about, like, the deep sea, and then I would read one about space. And I don't think I actually retained 99% of the information from those, but I remember I had a good time reading them while I was reading them. And they made my teachers think I was intelligent, which was good. I tricked them. I bamboozled them. My problem is that I like learning things, but I can't retain them, and I can't say them, I can't, like, recite information back to somebody unless something else unlocks it from my brain. That's why I'm good at, like, trivia, but I'm not good at, like, taking tests or writing essays. That was always my issue. Like, I would remember facts that I thought were interesting and cool, and I could say them, like, at an appropriate point in a conversation, but I couldn't string multiple facts together into a coherent paragraph, or remember multiple choices, or essay questions, or short response, all of those. I can retain information, but only in the very back of my head, and you have to unlock it first. First books I remember getting really into were aircraft encyclopedias and science textbooks. Because when you're, like, younger, you don't know anything, so it's just interesting to learn. You're just like, yes, information! Inject it directly into my skull. I really want to start reading more stuff again, but I just, there's never enough time in the day. I say there's never enough time in the day, but then I spend, like, at least 3 hours, sometimes more, every day, of just, like, scrolling through stuff. Just, like, reading nonsense on the internet. Or, like, watching YouTube videos. Sometimes I'll watch a video essay and try to trick myself into thinking I'm learning something. But it only works sometimes. Only sometimes am I actually learning something. Other times I'm just, like, hearing stuff and not remembering any of it. It's just noise to me. Airplanes do look cool. I love, like, pictures of stuff like airplanes and other electronics that have been, like, exploded out, so you can see all the parts. I was never much of a engineering science type of person. I don't get it, but I do like the look of it. It looks very cool. Looks like my nephew's going to be born soon. Somebody's having a New Year's baby? Congratulations, New Year's baby! So, birth a baby live on stream. Do you think somebody's gonna do that someday? It might, in fact, have already been done. That somebody's just, like, given birth live on stream. That's icky. I don't want to think about that. That's gross. I hate the miracle of life. I like those books with the cutaway drawings. I do. I like to see the innards of stuff. Innards are interesting. I like anatomy books, too. I like to see guts. Which is icky. But things on the inside of things that you're not supposed to usually see are very interesting. I like seeing how stuff fits together. It's like puzzles. I'm not smart, and I don't know how any of it works. But it's pretty. It's very aesthetically pleasing. In college, I had one class that was like, I don't even remember what the name of the class or like the object of the class was. In my brain, it's the weird art class, because the teacher would just bring in odd stuff and be like, hey guys, look at this, isn't this crazy? And we'd be like, yeah, nuts. And one time he brought in this like enormous book, like if you opened up the book, it was taller than me. 5'2". Remember, that was a big book, and it had like fold-outs of human anatomy, and so it was almost life-size, just like skeletons and musculature and such. It was very, very cool, and it was like a really old book. So it was like ye old illustration. It was very, very fun, and some of the paper was like really thin. It was like tracing paper or something for some reason, so you could like see through the papers, and so if you layered the fold-out pages over each other, you would get like a stack up of the different like parts of the body. So it would go like skeleton, then guts, then muscles, and you could like kind of see through. It was very interesting. I liked that. It was a very cool book, and we were allowed to touch it and everything. I was too afraid to touch it. I like turned one page and then I like scurried away. I was like, I don't want to damage it. I don't want to ruin the book, because I didn't trust myself to not break it. Another deep breath moment. I'm getting fatigued. I'm getting fatigue-wed. Recently hunkered down and started reading One Piece, and it's really that good. I hate when internet people are right. I would never be able to do that. How many chapters is One Piece at? Even if it is really good, I don't think I'd be able to just mentally hold all of that in my brain. I'll have to let other people take up the One Piece reading. I actually, surprisingly, considering how much people on the internet talk about it and how like well known and famous it is, I really don't know very much about One Piece. I know what a couple of the characters are named, and I know what they look like, and I know that there's fruit that gives you magical powers, and I know that the main character boy has some sort of like super cool second form that showed up in the anime and everybody got really hype about a little while ago. That's all I remember. Got a book recommend if you like fantasy dragons, religions based on dragons and women. I mean, those are interesting things, I would say. Game of Thrones. I don't particularly care for Game of Thrones just because my parents watched the show when it was coming out, and it was, at first, I was told, let's leave the room. We're watching Game of Thrones, you can't see this. And then as the years went on, they would allow me to be in the room while Game of Thrones was on, but it was just kind of like uncomfortable. So I have bad associations with Game of Thrones. Priory of the Orange Tree. Sounds interesting. I will look it up. I feel like, I don't know if this is an actual problem or if it's just nostalgia clouding my judgment, but I feel like books were better when I was little. Because I would read, even when I was like pretty young, I would be reading books pretty far above my grade reading level. So I would be reading probably, like when I was in middle school, I was reading books that were probably more for like teenagers. Not to brag or anything, but I was usually reading above my reading level, and a lot of books that I read back then were like interesting, cool, had like good like lore and plot and characters that like felt like real characters. And now whenever I pick up a fiction or fantasy-esque book, I might just be picking up the wrong ones, but I feel like they're more like romance focused, and that most of them don't really have plot in the way that I would like them to have plot, or they're like so ridiculously dense that I can't care about anything because they're just saying so many words to me and I don't know what's going on. So I just kind of gave up on reading it. I need to find like a good sweet spot of fiction that is engaging and also like has deep lore and no people kissing in it. Get your romantasy out of my face. Get it away from me. Touching the note of squid. Jeez. Game of Thrones really went hard in that. I'm not sure if they did it just for TV, or if the books are also like that. I think the books are at least somewhat like that. I know that my mom read most of the books, just because she was sick of waiting for the end of the show. But then the end of the books didn't come, and then the end of the show was disappointing, so she stopped caring. But I would not be able to bring myself to watch that. Even if I'm watching something by myself, like in my room, I get uncomfortable when they start like making out or whatever. I'm like, stop doing that's cringe. That's weird. Don't do that in front of me. I was watching this show on Netflix a while back that I'm honestly not sure. There might be more seasons of it now. I think I only watched the first season. This is quite a while ago, probably a year or more. It's called Ragnarok. And it was like a interesting show. It had like it was like Ragnarok happening in current times, and like all the gods were like, I guess, reincarnated or something into regular people. And I was like, whoa, this is a really good show. This is like interesting. I like the lore. And then a scene came where two characters like kind of, I'm not sure if they did the dirty as it were, but they like made out, and like there was like bumping and grinding. And I was like, I'm uncomfortable now. And it was like the last episode of the show, so at least I think it was, I don't remember. It was like the last episode or near to the last episode, and I watched that. It sort of sucked like the joy out of the show. I was like, I'm not sure if I want to watch this anymore. You're like making me feel like I shouldn't be seeing this. Do that in private. Don't do that in front of the camera. Get away from me. Sexual relations in my action fantasy show. Say it ain't so. They're everywhere. I can't escape. Thoughts on light novels. I read a couple of light novels. I read Haruhi Suzumiya when I was in middle school, and I read Durarara when I was in high school. But I haven't really touched any other ones, just because high school was at the point where I stopped really bothering with reading so much, so I just wasn't motivated to read any further. I actually don't know if there are any ones. Those are really the only light novels I know, honestly, just because I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff. I'm really bad at paying attention to stuff. I will usually get into something like years late. So by the time I've decided to become interested in something, it's like nobody's talking about it anymore, and I feel like I found a new thing. And then I like look up information about it, and it's like, oh, people were really into this 10 years ago. Here's all people talking about it 10 years ago, and I'm like, wow, I missed it. I think book and writing style is very important, and it's so hard. I have like a really low tolerance for annoying writing. Like, because I'm a girl, I read fan fiction sometimes. When I find a cool piece of media that I'm like, I want to see more of these characters, I'll look up some fan fiction, because of course. And I am so like horrendously picky about it. If I read the first like 3 sentences and they say something that like pisses me off, I'm like, I'm done. I'm not bothering, and I stop reading. And I do that with real books too, where I'll look at a book and I'll be like, oh, I'll read the first like paragraph of it in the store to like see if it's any good. I'll read the first paragraph, and then I'm like, I'm sick of you, and I put it back on the shelf. I'm like, I don't want to read this anymore. Which I might be overcritical, but just sometimes there are just some things that people can write that will like shoot off the I hate you centers of my brain, and I just stop caring. I really do be out here yelling, "Dropped!" Yeah, it's fine. The authors can't hear me. It's not like I send hate mail. I'm like, you're pissing me off. Backspace button, or you're pissing me off. Back on the shelf. We're 3 sentences in, it's already bugging you. That's probably not great. Yeah, I hear a lot of people being like, oh, sometimes things just start out kind of bad. Just stick it out or whatever. Like, it'll get good later. And I'm sure that's true for some things, but I feel like I can get the vibe of a person's writing style and, like, I don't know, story personality, I guess. Like, the way that the characters will act. And if they sound too much like they're, like, from a Marvel movie, or that they're, like, trying to teach me something, I'm like, I don't care anymore. You can't be too funny, and you can't be too I know better than you in your writing, or else it just makes me mad. Sometimes they're not even specifically saying anything that I know makes me annoyed, but I just feel like they will soon, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get to the point where they make me angry. I'm just gonna give up right away. For real. Just like with food, I am a discerning connoisseur of books. I only read the good stuff, and I know what the good stuff is the moment I put it in my mouth, if it's good or not. Pattern recognition neurons activated. Exactly. Sometimes just the vibe hits ya all at once, and you're like, I think you're annoying, actually. And then sometimes I'll like read something, and I'm like, this person feels like they might be annoying, but I'm not sure. Like, this author might annoy me later. And then I'll like look them up, and I'll read something about them, and I'm like, yeah, they're annoying. My intuition is correct. Some people just give off annoying waves, even through text. It's part of his character. Well, I hate it. Well, his character sucks, and I don't like him. For The Martian, but some of Mark's dialogue is cringe. I actually haven't read The Martian. I did watch the movie, and by watch the movie, I mean I was in the room while somebody else watched it. That's how I am exposed to most films. Is they're just on, and I walk into the room, and then I just sit there because I have nowhere else to be. All I remember about The Martians is the potatoes, and that he basically is vlogging to himself on the computer to make himself not go crazy. That's all. I've heard that the book is quite good, but once more, I hate picking things up and having to start. I have like, I don't know what sort of problem that is, but I just don't like starting stuff. I wanna already be halfway through by the time I start. That's why I don't like learning new things now. Like, I don't like learning new skills, because I'm like, I'm gonna suck at the beginning, and I just want to be halfway through already. I want to be passable, at least, like, immediately right away, and if I'm not, it just makes me upset. It's the first book I finished in less than 24 hours. Ooh. Tism. Stop tisming me. Stop telling me I have the tism. I know there's something up there. There's something wrong. Every VTuber has a touch of the tism. It's a requirement. You have to be a little bit tismed to be a VTuber. I read too fast, I think. Like, when I was a kid, I would read, like, so fast that my teachers got suspicious, and they were like, are you actually reading these? And they would ask me questions about the books to, like, prove that I was reading them. Because I'm, like, a speed reader. And I don't retain all of the information, but I retain, like, enough. I feel like that's probably bad. I should probably try to read more slowly. But I want to get to the end. I want to know everything that happens as soon as possible. So I end up reading too fast, and sometimes I'll, like, skip a paragraph and be like, wait a second. I think I'm missing something, and then I have to, like, go back up and read further, which is annoying. Do you reread stuff a lot? I'll reread stuff if I really, really like it, but usually there's a lot of time in between me rereading things. So, like, I'll have read something for the first time, I don't know, 5 years ago. And then suddenly something that I'm, like, looking into, or, like, a conversation that I have will remind me of it, and I'm like, oh, hey, I really liked that thing. And then I'll reread it again. So I reread stuff, but I have a pretty long period in between rereading stuff, so it feels mostly new. It's like my philosophy with redoing stuff is there has to be enough time for it to still feel like kind of a novel experience, or at least to make you be like, well, suddenly as I'm reading, I'm remembering this good part that I liked, and I am remembering the feeling that I had when I read it the first time, but it's, like, still kind of a surprise. That's why I don't like rewatching movies, because I feel like they stick in my head better if I'm actually, like, full attention watching a movie and not just in the room while it's on. Like, my mom will watch the same movie 1,000 times. She has watched The Italian Job, and The Devil Wears Prada, like, probably more than 100 times each. She will rewatch a movie like crazy. but I can't watch a movie more than like twice before I get sick of it. I'll watch it the first time, and I'll be like, wow, cool movie, and then I'll watch it the second time, and we'll be like, wow, I'm noticing things I hadn't before, and then I can't watch it again, because I already know everything that happens, and I get sick of it faster. But to train myself to stop and reread parts, I do that bit. Yeah. I will often be reading something and then get momentarily distracted and forget where I was on the page and just skip to a random spot on the page, assuming that because that's where my eyes went, that's where I ended off. And I am always wrong. And then I have to, like, backtrack to figure out what I missed. Which is probably just me being too easily distracted problem. At least they aren't setting up the laser outside anymore. Laser update. I haven't seen the laser in a little while. Some people will rewatch a movie just because it's, like, comfortable. It's like a background noise thing. That's usually what my mom does when she watches a movie. It's as background noise, because she falls asleep to the TV. So if she sees a movie that she recognizes on the guide, she'll be like, oh, this one, and put it on and, like, watch 20 minutes of it and pass out. But, like, if you add together all of the time that she has watched, like, the several movies that she always uses, she's watched each of those movies so many times. I can't even imagine how many hours of her life have been watching The Italian Job. Which is, like, a fun movie, but good lord, that's a lot of times. She's not really paying attention to it. She's just like, the quote I like. They said the quote I like. And then fall asleep. Which I can't do, because I pay too much attention to it, even if I don't really care and I already know what's happening. My brain is like, there are things moving and making sounds in front of you, please stare at them. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. Just fill the silence with voices in my head. I fill the silence with constant music. Every single moment of my life, there is music playing in my headphones. That's why I have such a horrendous amount of Spotify listen minutes. Every time the Spotify Wrapped comes around, and they're like, hey, you listen to music for however many minutes. I'm like, oh, that doesn't look like that much, and then I'll, like, look up the amount of, like, days that is. Or, like, sometimes they tell you specifically, that's, like, 25 days of constant music, and I'm like, oh, that's a long time. That's a really long time. If I don't have some sort of sound playing in my ears almost at all times, I am, like, overwhelmed with existential dread. So I try my best to always have something playing, even if I'm not really paying attention to it. On the bright side, it makes me pretty good at remembering the lyrics to songs. So at least I have that. And also, I listen to so much music that I can sometimes predict what the next lyrics in a song I've never heard before will be, which always makes me kind of happy when I can do it, because I'm like, haha, I could write this song. I couldn't. It makes me feel, like, accomplished, like I'm some sort of skilled musician or something. And, like, I'm good at noticing a lot of musicians, especially, like, Vocaloid producers, which I listen to a lot, will have certain, like, chords or just instruments, like, sounds that appear a lot in their music, and I'm very good at picking them out if they do, like, a song for somebody else that is not a Vocaloid. I'll be like, hey, this sounds like Guy, and then I'll look up who composed it, and I'm like, ah, it is Guy. I knew it. And I feel proud of myself for, like, figuring it out like it's a puzzle. As if you couldn't just, like, Google it and find out. Background sounds do help with focus, I've found. I've heard, like, differing opinions on that, where it's like, some people are like, oh yeah, listening to stuff helps me focus because it just fades into the background and it's just something to be in the back of my head. And then other times it's like, I could never in a million billion years listen to music while doing insert other thing because it'll, like, ruin your concentration. I think there was in the Animator Survival Guide, I think is the book, there's, like, the guy who wrote it was talking to I think the guy was Grim Natwick, I think was his name. He's a very, like, big, important animator. And the guy was like, hey, sir, do you ever, like, listen to music while you're drawing? And he's like, what do you mean? I couldn't possibly. Something like that. Like, it was funnier in the book. I don't remember what it was. I do remember like an animation that somebody made of it. But it's like asking an animator, hey, do you ever listen to music while you're drawing? And the animator would be like, I could never in a million years do two things at once. Which is like, some people are very anti-background noise. The way your heart died writing towards final and predictable music. Not necessarily. Sometimes the music isn't necessarily predictable, like per se. I mean, some of it definitely absolutely is. Generic top 40 hits are very predictable in kind of like a boring way that I don't care to listen to them. But other times I'm like, what are the like words that could be used to rhyme with the words that somebody just said? What would like fit with the meter of the song better? And I like do math in my head to figure it out within seconds. And then I come up with the word, and I'm like, and then they say the word, and I'm like, yeah, I did it. So it's more just like doing math about it. Some things I can do while listening to music, but it depends on the genre. Yeah, I think there's like, part of the reason why I listen to a lot of music that is not in English is because when the music is in English, I start thinking about the song and like paying attention to it. And so if I'm doing something like reading or drawing, I get distracted thinking about the music, like the lyrics of the song and other like the plot, basically. But if I'm listening to something that is in another language or like instrumental, then it's fine. Because I'm not focusing on what it means, I'm just focusing on that sounds nice, and then I can do other stuff. Sometimes if I know the translation of a song too well, I will get distracted, and then it has to be removed from my I am busy drawing playlist. But that doesn't happen too often. Mostly it's just like, yeah, the sounds are happening in my brain. And I don't have to focus too hard on it. I do often get distracted, like, singing along to stuff. Though, even if it's too catchy, I can't do it. It has to be a very specific middle ground of like catchy but not too catchy, and like something I like but not something I like so much that I know what it means. I usually get control of the speaker in the walk-ins, so I subject my coworkers to the whims of my taste. I would feel so bad subjecting other people to my music. I have specific playlists that I've made up for when I'm like in the car with like my sister, or like when I'm traveling somewhere with my parents for a long amount of time. Because like for family stuff that's far away, we'll all just get into the car together and drive together. So I have playlists for like, I have a playlist titled Music for Normal People, which is just songs that like I've heard my sister sing along to on the radio, or like songs that she has played like from her playlists when we're somewhere, or just like things that I think sound like normal people music. And I'll play those if I'm like in the car with her and she's like, hey, you can turn on some music. Or I have my playlist of like old people music, which is kind of like a stupid title to put on it because it's music that I like as well, but it's like music from like the 60s, 70s, 80s that my parents really like, and so I'll play that if we're like on a road trip together. And apparently I've curated them well, but I would feel very bad if like one of my weirdo music like accidentally snuck their way in. If that played, I would feel like terrible for subjecting my family to my music. Boomer music. Is it boomer music if I like it as well? Though I'm not a boomer. I'm not a boomer yet. I'm not quite a boomer. The emergency normie playlist. I have so many Spotify playlists, it's actually a little embarrassing. Every time I go to make a new one, when you make a new Spotify playlist, the automatic name that they put on it is just playlist number, whatever number of playlist you have. So every time I add a new one, it's like, oh, playlist number 135, and I'm like, I have that many playlists. Because I make really like hyper specific ones for like genres and vibes of lyrics and like plot lines that I come up with in my brain when I'm listening to certain music. 'Cause I have a bunch of very vibes-based playlists. So I also have playlists of like all my instrumental music, all of my music in Japanese, all of my music in every other language, because there's not quite enough to fill up a whole playlist on its own of like only French or only German and stuff like that. I'm very I really curate my Spotify playlists really hard. I'm a freaking listening to music on YouTube trying to migrate over to Spotify this year. I'm sure that listening to music on YouTube is like fine. I don't have the YouTube Premium so that you don't get ads, so I just kind of get sick of listening to music on YouTube because it'll get interrupted with an ad, or sometimes if you have a playlist that's too long, it'll just like pause and say, "Hey, are you still listening?" It's like, yes, obviously, I haven't closed the computer or shut the tab or anything. Like, the music is still playing, I'm still here, so I just get annoyed with it. Spotify, my family has the premium plan that my dad bought like years ago, and we're all still on it, and so I don't have to have advertisements, which is nice, because I remember when I still had just regular with the advertisements, I got so mad all the time, because it seemed like most of the advertisements on Spotify were advertisements for Spotify. So I would just be like listening to music, and it would suddenly be like two really poorly acted characters being like, "Well, you can listen to any music you want? How are you doing that?" And then the other guy being like, "Well, Jessica, I have Spotify Premium." "Spotify Premium? What's that?" "Well, it's when you pay money for Spotify, and you can listen to any songs you want. Ad-free?" "Ad-free." Like, they were all terrible. I hated them. They made me so annoyed. I'd be walking to school, and I'd be like jamming out to something. I'd be like, "Yeah, my tunes." And then suddenly that would play, and I would just be so mad. I'd be like, "You ruined the vibe, my feeling." And you like can't skip. However, you can only skip a certain amount of songs, and you can't listen to a playlist all the way through. You have to shuffle it. So me and my sister were like, "Daddy, please. Daddy, can you please buy Spotify Premium?" And he was like, "Okay." And so we got it, and we still have it. Yay! Making your parents buy things for you. Woo! 4-hour yap. Oh god. It's almost 2 a.m. It's 2 minutes to 2 a.m. you guys. Eilis for commercial ad reads. It's almost mountain time New Year's. Happy almost New Year's to those living in the mountains. I like that it's just called mountain time. If you're on a mountain, it's 1:58 a.m. If you're on a mountain, it's midnight actually. It's 1:58 a.m. I don't live on a mountain. I live about as far from a mountain as you can. I think you're a lot more sociable than you think you are. I don't know. I get like stressed out. I'm kind of just, the point of yapping is just saying anything that comes into your head. But I feel like I don't really have that many things in my head. So if I talk for too long, I'm like, I can't talk for another month at least, because I need to generate more thoughts. I'm running out of thoughts. Or at least I don't think I have as many thoughts as I probably actually have, because my thoughts need to be unlocked by specific passwords. Somebody needs to Manchurian candidate me into remembering factoids or conversation topics. You have to say the trigger word. So I will like sit silently until somebody says, "Hey, pizza," and I'll say, "Oh, that reminds me of a story," and then I'll tell some sort of stupid, only marginally pizza related story. Cerebral yapping. No, I gotta get actually more legitimately intelligent in order to consider my yapping properly cerebral. I am getting, like, stream fatigue, though. If I stream for too long, my neck really starts to get upset. My neck and my throat, I start to have just a bad time all up in the head area. I'm sure when I take my headphones off, I will suddenly have a pounding headache. It'll be worth it. What matters is that I practiced yapping. I'm gaining a skill. You need a catalog of all that. This is activation words. Buddy, I don't even know the activation words. It's a surprise for everyone. As long as you don't have a dent. The iconic head dent. I think I have too much hair to really get a dent. My hair cushions the dent from forming. Trial and error. Pepper. I'm sorry. I don't have any interest in pepperoni stories. No. That's what they all say. I'm dying, everybody, I'm dying. Oh, Happy New Year to the mountains. Happy 1 minute late New Year to the mountains. Stop saying words at me. I don't know what my trigger word phrases are. They might be slightly not working because my brain is now switching into like power save mode. Also, I don't know if you heard that. My knee just popped really loudly. I was a little bit. That was like threatening. That was a threatening knee pop. I don't know why I did that. Scary. It's New Year's, New Year 51. I'm not doing more shots. Don't say shots at me. You heard it. All my joint crackings are so incredibly loud. I have very poppy joints with my fingers. I think I just popped my like elbow. I couldn't quite tell. I have my headphones in, so I can't hear all of my pops, but I'm sure they'll get picked up by the mic. I probably should have brought an actual beverage in my room. Actually, I just remembered I had like a jar of Nutella, if you want to be fancy, that I brought in because I was like, I'm gonna need to cleanse my palate after I drink copious amounts of alcohol. Like between drinks. I brought it up into my room and I didn't even open it. It's just sitting here. I just now have Nutella in my room. I have to remember to bring that back to the kitchen later. You pop your clavicle. That's scary. I would be very afraid if I could do that. That feels like something that could kill you if you do it wrong. Not sure if I should. Probably not. It's probably a bad idea. Consume the Nutella. I'm gonna go get the Nutella. Every time I bring something into my room, I put it like far away from the stream area, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I was gonna use that. That's why I always forget to drink like beverages when I'm streaming, because 90% of the time, I feel like 2 hours before stream, I'll be like, oh yeah, I should bring up a beverage, and then I bring up a beverage and I put it like next to my bed, and then I come over to the place where I stream, and I'm like, oh, it's time to start streaming, and then I completely forget about the beverage until like the stream is almost over. So the Nutella is also sitting on the table next to my bed because I was like, I'll remember it, and then I didn't. So I couldn't cleanse my palate. is the point of that. Consume. I do. It's actually quite an old jar of Nutella because I purchased it a while ago, and then it got pushed to the back of a cabinet, and I forgot about it until quite recently. So it's like mostly finished because I was eating spoonfuls out of it and like putting it on toast like you're supposed to. But it probably is past its Best By date. But I had a little bit of it today and it tasted fine. It was probably not poison. I'm gonna start EP maxing now. have a good time EP maxing. Have a good EP. Good tidings for the new year. Extra aged Nutella. Let me get it. I'm gonna just eat Nutella in front of you. Wow, it's a mukbang stream now, you guys. Don't do it. Touching stuff. Did I touch something on my keyboard? I'm so good. Every time I try to move my room, I just bump into stuff. I completely forget where every object is because I do still live in a storage room. For legal reasons, it's not really a storage room. It is a real room. I just have a bunch of junk. I just have a bunch of junk that I don't get rid of because I'm a hoarder. Sorry. Sorry, I'm mentally ill. Chemical mixing. Feed me red 40. What does Nutella have in it, actually? Let's see. The first two ingredients are sugar and palm oil, very healthy, and then hazelnuts, skim milk, cocoa, less than as emulsifier, and vanillin, an artificial flavor. Not real vanilla, vanillin. They faked it. So there's no artificial color in it. At least I'm not chemical maxing. It is kind of icky. Like, if you actually think about Nutella, it's like mostly not nuts and mostly not chocolate. It is mostly just oil. It's like eating Cool Whip. Nutella. I wanted to do a funny, like, anime girl mwah, onto my spoon. And that was too much. It's on the top of my, it's on the roof of my mouth like I'm a dog now. Palm oil and sugar, my favorite. Munch. I've taken a spoonful of Nutella. I've taken it as if it's like medication. Yum. My medicine. Wow. I don't know what it's from, but I saw once a video or a gif or something of an anime girl. It's like a guy like hands her a chicken nugget and she like goes like pulling it out of his mouth and like shaking her head, like pulling it out of his hand and shaking her head like a dog. And I know it was from like an actual real anime, like it wasn't like a joke animation that somebody made. It was like incredibly well animated, but so strange. They put a lot of juice into that girl eating like a chicken nugget out of some guy's hand. Here comes the airplane. I didn't actually put more Nutella on the spoon. That was just an empty spoon. There's a little bit of chocolate stuck to it. Not anymore. This patient needs 3 cc's of Nutella. Stat. I hope they're not allergic. I'm very glad I'm not allergic to nuts. I don't like nuts texturally as a solid, but I do like a nut butter. I do like a liquefied nut. I'm a big fan of peanut butter. I can handle like almond butter and other such things. I don't like them as much, but they're okay. Nutella is good, even if it is 90% palm oil. You know their audience and their fixation on puppy girl. Oh man. I really need to find that video game. It was such it was such an insane video. Almond butter. Butter like peanut butter made from almonds. It's like the new trendy version of peanut butter. It seems like snacks that would have had peanut butter in them in like 2010 are now like almond butter, cashew butter. I'm like, they're fine. Like, I wouldn't be mad if I ate some, but it's not quite as good as peanut butter. Peanut butter is the best version of the nut butters. Apparently you can make Nutella like at home, sans palm oil, and it's like significantly better than actual Nutella from the jar. But I think hazelnut's kind of expensive, so I don't really want to try it, but I am a little intrigued. Almond butter is the sad sub. Substitute. Sad substitute. I bought some, like, I need to snack constantly or else I'll die, so I'll bring snacks to work that I call my rations. I was trying to get rations that were, like, slightly healthier than just a Ziploc bag full of chocolate chips. And I found these, like, almond butter, like, little sandwich cookie things, and I was like, they have a nut butter in them, they're probably healthy. So I tried those for a little while, and they were just kind of sad. Every time I ate one, I was like, man, I wish this was peanut butter. I was like wistful. I was like, ah, remember peanut butter. Those were the days. Almond butter, banana, bacon, and honey on a sandwich. That could be good. That's just mostly an Elvis sandwich with almond butter instead. I think you could pull off an almond Elvis sandwich. People quite like them. I remember when I was little, I used to make honey sandwiches, which are exactly what they sound like, and bring them to summer camp. Because my mom was like, "You're going to summer camp, whatever. They'll probably feed you a hot dog while you're there. Sure, you can take a sandwich that is just bread with honey on top of it and put it in your lunchbox if you really feel like it." So when I was like a little child in summer camp, my daily calorie intake was a honey sandwich, a churro, and maybe like a pretzel and a bar of chocolate, and that was what I ate at summer camp. And it's really a marvel that I'm still living today. I actually am kind of intrigued by the general idea of the Elvis sandwich, because when I taste all of those things in my mind's mouth, I'm like, I could see how they could work together, but I would feel kind of weird making it. Even if I was alone, I would be like, am I being, like, judged? Like, is Elvis's ghost judging me for making the sandwich that may or may not have killed him? Sugar maxing. I used to just pour honey into, like, a cup and just pick it up with a spoon and eat it. I don't really do that anymore because too much sugar all at once makes me kind of ill, but I do still very much love honey. Honey is one of my favorite sugars. I put honey on chicken cutlets, which is like, it's not that weird when you think of, like, people put like honey mustard on like chicken fingers and stuff. So it's not that weird if you think of like the components of honey mustard, which are just honey and mustard. I'm just cutting out the mustard. But I do feel a little bit silly and childish when I'm eating a chicken cutlet and I'm like, wow, I'm gonna put honey on this. You're basically just sprinkling sugar onto meat, which is kind of gross as a concept, but it tastes good. My summer camps, I was eating gruel and drinking full. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you didn't go to a cool summer camp like I did. I'm gonna averse to lots of sugar as a reason for some reason. I think that's just kind of a thing that happens, like, as time goes on. I used to eat way more sugar when I was little, and that's saying something because I do still eat a lot of sugar. But I used to be able to just, like, mainline sugar. Constantly eat sugar all the time when I was little, but now I have to, like, take breaks in between sugared objects, or else I start feeling a little nauseous. Maple syrup is supposed to be healthier, but I don't know how it works. I think it's just, like, quote-unquote healthier because it's maybe not as refined as white sugar. It also comes from a tree, so people are just like, oh, it comes from a tree, it must be healthy, ignoring that sugar also comes from a plant. Honey shelf life is definitely a very good selling point. I do love that honey does not spoil. I have so many little jars of honey that I've purchased, because for some reason, I'm a caves guy. I've been to several caves, like, for tours. For some reason, in every cave gift shop, they are also selling honey, like local honey. And I'm like, well, while I'm here, I might as well purchase new honey. And then I take it home and I never actually eat it. I have like 4 like jars of honey that I've purchased from gift shops, and a couple that I got from like a specialty honey shop somewhere when I went to go visit some family, and another that I got from a guy online who keeps his own bees, and I thought that was cool. And I haven't had any of them. They're just sitting in a cabinet untouched, because I never really know what to do with it other than put it on chicken cutlets or just like eat it straight up. I could conceivably do a honey sandwich again, but I don't think that my body could take that like it could when I was 7. Have you eaten honeycombs? I have not. I did get honey with comb in it, but I was like afraid. Like, I know that it's just wax and it's nothing gross or anything, because the bees are smart enough not to put anything icky in the same combs where they are storing their honey. But I was just like kind of afraid of it. I was like, what if it's gross and odd and weird, and I just wasted like $15 on fancy honey. So I just also didn't eat it, and it's just, again, sitting in a cabinet. You know, it gets sad if you don't eat it. It won't be able to fulfill its destiny. It was made to be eaten, and I'm denying it. Cooking with honey. I could. A lot of the honeys that I got are kind of, like, strange. I have a couple of honeys that I got from a specialty shop. One of them they're both whipped honey, which means they're like crystallized. And one of them is just sunflower honey, and the other one is chocolate. They put like cocoa powder in it when they were whipping it. And they're like really, really small jars. They're like maybe like an inch high. They're like tiny little jars. Just like a tasting honey or something. Like you're supposed to smear it on toast 2 times in your life and be like, oh wow, what an interesting flavor. But I don't really know what to do with them because they're so small, and I feel weird just putting honey on toast, even though that's what you're supposed to do with whipped honey, supposedly. Why am I frozen? Okay, I'm unfrozen. For some reason I was frozen. Even though that's what you're supposed to do with whipped honey, apparently, is just put it on toast. But I feel weird doing that, and I feel like it's not enough. And I have spiced honey, which is honey that's got like cinnamon and cloves and like a piece of lemon in it, that I don't really know what to do with it, because it's a very specific thing. I don't think I could just eat it. I looked up what you could do to it, and the internet was like, put it in a hot toddy, and I was like, great, I don't like drinking, so I'm not doing that. So I don't really know what to do with it, because I feel like it would be strange to cook with. I don't think there'd be any recipes for it, and I'm afraid of wasting it, because it was kind of expensive. Not $15 for an inch of honey. The little inch of honey ones were probably like $5, and that was because they were from like a fancy shop. And they're whipped, so there's like, they put mechanical effort into them or something. I actually don't remember how much they cost, because it's been probably a year or more since I bought them. And I only opened them up once to like taste them and be like, that sure is honey, and then I closed it up again. Perhaps a nice roll just is too intimidating. Yes, perhaps me. And mostly I'll just buy the grocery store honey, Golden Blossom honey, which seems to be the only brand of honey that exists. I feel like it's 90% of the honey that I see on the store shelf, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll get that one. I usually will just buy that for honey purposes, because I know what it tastes like, and I know it's mass-produced, and so I'm not gonna be afraid of ruining it or something. I'm gonna have to try to eat my honey, my various honeys. I do need to, before I can have honey on toast for breakfast, I need to get rid of a bunch of cinnamon rolls that I made. I made too many cinnamon rolls for Christmas. I took them home and they're in my fridge, and now I have to eat a bunch of cinnamon rolls. So I've been eating cinnamon rolls for breakfast mostly. I only have a few left. I'm getting a little sick of cinnamon rolls, but they were pretty good, so it's okay. I did well. Cinnamon rolls are so hard to make. I have to make them every Christmas now. I made them last Christmas and then this Christmas, and now it's gonna be like an expectation that Eilis will make cinnamon rolls. It takes so long to make them. There's probably an easier way to do it. I could probably do it in, like, I have a stand mixer with a dough hook on it, so I could probably knead the dough in there, but I'm like afraid that I'll ruin it somehow if I let the machines do the work. So both times I've done it manually, by hand. And it takes like an hour because I'm really bad at kneading dough, and I'm always afraid that the yeast won't work. So, sorry, my neck again. My neck hurts. Ow, the pain, my spine. Or will you share with friends? I could share with one friend, but since they've been sitting in the fridge for a while, I'd feel like bad giving them to normal people. I wouldn't bring them into work and say, hey everybody, have these cinnamon rolls that are a week old and have been sitting in my fridge. If I ever baked something for people at work, I feel like I would have to make it fresh, otherwise it would feel rude. Sometimes people will, like, I work with a bunch of adults who are like real people and have children, and a couple of their children like baking. So often in the lunchroom, there are a bunch of baked goods, and they're like just okay because there's like 8-year-olds making them. But I will often eat a baked good from the lunchroom and be like, what if I made a baked good for the lunchroom? And then I don't. like I get like stressed about it. Because I'm like, what if they hate it, but also what if they like it and compliment me? And I don't like when that happens. I prefer for people to just like say, oh, Eilis made a snack, and then eat the snack and then leave. Don't say anything to me about the snack. Just don't make a face like you're grossed out, and I'll be happy. Because whenever people are like, oh wow, this thing that you made is so good, I'm like, thanks. But like, I feel like there's no good response when somebody tells you that they like something that you did. It always feels uncomfortable to just say thank you. I feel like it's not enough, but I can't think of what else I might possibly say. So, I am tortured. I am a tortured soul. +2. Are you +2ing me? Is that for me being a tortured soul or something else? I'm so bad at keeping you in chat. I'm glad you like it. I do say that, but I just feel like, I don't know, I'm not good at, like, pleasantries. The generic things that you're supposed to say to somebody to show appreciation or whatever always feel, like, odd and fake to me. So I feel like if I say it, I might accidentally sound sarcastic or something. But, like, I don't. I am glad that people like things that I make, but I just feel like I don't know what particular type of emotion to put into my voice. Should I look deep into their eyes and say, I'm so glad you like it? Like, is it too flippant to say, oh, I'm glad you like it? I don't know. I overthink it. I get nervous, and then I sort of end up, like, going selectively mute and, like, exhaling at them. One time someone at my old job brought his family in. They were all cute and make some weird cookies. How weird were the cookies? In what way were the cookies weird? I can't remember if it was dairy-free or sugar-free, but either way they were subpar, but his kids looked really proud of them. It's really hard to make a good cookie that is free of all the things that make cookies good. I think really the only cookie that, like, you wouldn't need to, like, substitute any weird ingredients or whatever to make it, like, I don't know, gluten-free or vegan or whatever, would be, like, a sable cookie. I don't know if that's actually how they're pronounced because I've only seen it written down. A sablé cookie? But it's just, like, a basic, like, sugar cookie shortbread type of thing. And it's just, like, flour and butter. And that's literally it. Like, those are the only ingredients. Flour and butter and whatever flavoring. So you could just replace the flour with some sort of fancy person flour and the butter with whatever butter substitute of your choice. They probably end up turning out fine because it's just so ridiculously basic that it's hard to mess it up unless you use something that is, like, completely unrelated. Like when people are like, I tried to make this recipe with meat vegan by replacing the meat with cauliflower and it was awful. It's like, yeah, because those two things aren't comparable at all. Like, you have to put some math into making sure that something is, like, a reasonable facsimile of the thing that you're trying to do. And it's hard to do with baking, because there's so many very specific things that people sometimes just will not or cannot consume. So if you try to make, like, a chocolate chip cookie, but, like, with no chocolate and with no butter or sugar, it's not gonna be good. It's gonna be icky. Because, like, most of the important flavors and stuff that makes it actually the texture and shape and whatever it's supposed to be are missing. Cooking is hard. If you are not willing to just follow a recipe and live with it. If you try to make substitutions, there's always going to be some sort of thing that is not quite right, because recipes are made to be made a certain way. r/I didn't have eggs. I have seen some of those. Those are really funny. Where people are like, oh, I took this recipe and I replaced literally every single ingredient and it turned out bad. How could this happen to me? 1 star. It's like, my brother in Christ, you changed the ingredients. That is not the same recipe. You just made a completely different food and we're mad that it was a completely different food. Although my female coworkers bake every so often, random treats are pretty good. That's always nice. It's always nice to have a little random treat. Sometimes you're at work and you want to die because you're at work, and then you go into the lunchroom and you're like, oh, a little cookie. I think I will have myself a treat. And even if it's just okay, it's like, hey, it's a little treat. You got free sugar. You didn't even have to pay for that cookie. Put some store-bought cookie dough in the fridge, I might tear into it. It's fine to do it raw, it's fine. It's just eggs, just salmonella. It's no big deal. I think, a lot of eggs, at least I remember hearing or reading it or something, a lot of eggs in the United States are pasteurized so that they have a significantly lower risk of like foodborne illness in them. And also the poison in eggs is on the shell. So if you crack the egg and the inside of the egg doesn't touch the shell, you're probably fine. That's why you're supposed to like crack an egg against a flat surface like the countertop instead of like the edge of a bowl. Because if you put it against the edge of the bowl, the shell will touch the egg innards and transfer salmonella. And if you crack it against the side of like, not the side, the flat part of a table or whatever, then it's like protected by membrane and you just pull apart with your fingers and you're less likely to contaminate it. I don't know if that's real or I'm saying things that I half remember. But like, it's probably fine. If you're like a healthy adult, there's not really a big deal eating raw dough. It's just for like safety for the elderly and the young and the sick, mostly. Also, they make like store-bought cookie dough now that you can eat raw. I've seen like rolls of Pillsbury cookie dough or whatever that are just like, hey, you can eat this raw now. Just eat a cookie dough burrito. Don't even bother cutting it up and cooking it. It's fine. Egg facts. Yep, the inside of an egg, I'm fairly certain of this, is that the inside of an egg is sterile. It's like how the inside of like a thick cut of steak is sterile, because stuff from the outside isn't getting in. So like if you're eating a thick steak, you can sear just the outside and leave the inside completely raw and it's still safe to eat because all the bacteria was on the outside and it's been killed. So that's why you're supposed to like cook ground beef thoroughly, because when it's ground, all of the bacteria gets mixed in. So you can't like have a rare burger really unless you've ground it yourself and you like know that the meat is 100% safe, because there's always the chance that there's going to be something icky in there that'll make you sick just because all the bacteria have mixed into the middle. So you have to make sure you kill them. It says in the fact you should not consume raw cookie dough. I don't care. Yeah, live on the edge. I've eaten many a raw cookie dough in my day. I've never gotten sick. So, from my sample size of 1, I decree that eating raw cookie dough is fine. It's no problem. Having a burger food, anything but well done is good. Yeah. You could probably, like, conceivably cook a burger rare if you, like, temperature control it really hard and, like, make sure to get the internal temperature up while also not making it turn brown. That's a possibility. Like, you can do that. Like, with the concept of sous vide. You don't actually have to put something in a sous vide machine to effectively get the internal temperature up. You just have to cook it differently. Not that I know anything about food science, but that's my general idea of it. I eat burgers medium, or like medium well, just because I feel like the middle, when it turns gray, it gets like a weird, it feels icky. It feels icky in my mouth, and I'm okay with the risk of foodborne illnesses, because I'm strong. I'm strong and powerful, and I would never die to a mere burger. But, like, it's not 100% safe, and you just have to live with it. I'm not, like, a burger connoisseur. I don't really know how to make burgers or anything. I'll just, like, get them at a restaurant and hope that they know what they're doing. And I put my life in their hands. I think I tried to make a burger once when I was a teenager, and I, like, failed it miserably. Like, it didn't sear properly, so it was just kind of gray and wet and, like, weird. And I was like, this is bad. I'm not making a burger anymore. So I haven't made a burger since I was, like, 15, maybe. My dad would always make burgers uh, and or we would go to like a restaurant and get burgers. Nobody else is allowed to make a burger. Taste-wise, medium and rare burgers just don't taste good to me. Yeah. Everybody has a different taste. I just don't like... Because when you cook ground beef a lot, it kind of gets hard, and so it feels a little bit sometimes like pebbles. And I prefer to minimize the pebble feeling a little bit. So, I prefer them a little less cooked. Because I don't care if I die. As long as the burger is good. What mix did you make? I have absolutely no idea. I used hamburger meat that was in the fridge. That's the only knowledge I had. My dad bought hamburger meat, and I was like, I think I'll make a hamburger, and then I made a hamburger. It wasn't good. So I probably did it incorrectly. My dad is the main cook of our family. My mom doesn't really cook that much. If she does, it's like basic like pre-marinated piece of meat or like stew or something, like stuff that you can just like, you don't have to think about it too hard. You just put it in and you either wait a while for it to cook or it's like already done and then you just eat it. But my dad will like spend all day making pasta sauce and meatballs and like be very precise about what he's doing. I feel so stupid when I have to like stop talking for a second to center myself. I have to meditate, you guys. I have to think about my place in the world for a moment. After talking about burgers. My dad would usually buy, actually, there was the grocery store near us would make, like, mixes of meats. So they would have, like, different types of meat, like, pre-plopped into a container, but they were, like, separated from each other so that you had to mix them yourself. I think probably when I tried to make a burger, the mistake that I made was just taking one of them and not actually mixing them together or something. And then I accidentally just did the wrong meat. It was like 100% of one type when it shouldn't have been. But I don't know anything, and it was a very long while ago. So I can't give you any further information on my burger failure, I'm sorry. My dad did it better, that's all I know. My dad was good at it, and I was bad. I didn't try to redeem myself. I was like, whatever, I have somebody here who can make burgers for me. Dad energy is slaving over a big pot of spaghetti sauce. So true. He loves slaving over a big pot of spaghetti sauce. It does not need to take as long as it takes for him to make most of the things that he makes. But he tries his very best to make it, to really drag it out. Okay, robots get my burger wrong, I'll riot. The point of AI is to make me a burger. I don't want them making art or movies or writing books. I need them to learn how to make burger. Somebody needs to code a burger AI and put it in all the burger places. Code a proper burger AI. That should be the next step. Yeah. They can draw. Whatever. Can they cook? That's more important. What about my sustenance? There are some foods that you have to, like, take a long time to make. Like, just because of complexity or, like, it needs to cook for a long time. Just for flavor's sake. But sometimes things get dragged out a little too far. Like my dad for Christmas, he makes baked ziti, which is just pasta with like sauce and cheese in a big tray, and you bake it. Makes sense. And he will spend like 3 days preparing and like working on his baked ziti, and it's nuts. I mean, like that does not need to take as long as it takes you. You could probably get it done in one, but he needs every step to take a certain amount of time. And so he's like, no, it needs to be perfect. I need to do it my way. And I have my schizo egg cooking method, so I won't begrudge him his schizo ziti baking method. Merry New Year's! Yay! Woo! It's a little late for me. For somebody, I'm sure it's the new year. It is 2:35 a.m. It's a while past New Year. Ah, God, I've been doing this for too long. It's hella late. I'm sorry for making you be here hella late. My deepest apologies. I've been yapping for how long is that? 4.5 hours. I don't like that. That's scary. That's a long time. 25 minutes until you're there. We must stream for at least another 25 minutes. for the sake of space and vrink. Surprised you're still alive after I got back. It's an endurance stream now. I mean, I've streamed for longer. but that was with a video game. Honestly, I'm impressed I've managed to go for so long. Even with my my occasional breaks to breathe for a second. I love streaming for long hours. You guys make me. I'm gonna have another spoonful of Nutella. Just because it's in my hands. I've been gesticulating with this Nutella and spoon for like a while. There's not really that much left in here. I picked up too much Nutella. After I said there's not that much left, I picked up like way too much. Okay. I feel stupid eating stuff on stream. This feels weird. Most streamers do take breaks. Breaks are for the weak! I don't know, I feel rude taking a break. So you're just eating Nutella. Of course I am. What other way is there to eat Nutella? This is how old the Tumblr girlies told me to do it in 2014. There's always like a little bit of Nutella chocolate residue stuck to the spoon. And I want to lick it off, but I also don't want to be sitting here like making chewing motions silently for several seconds at a time. Excuse me. Yum. Spoon's clean. I'm just crazy like that. I'm just like silly and quirky. Spoon licking stream. When you get really up close to the mic and like asthma go in your ears. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Even thinking of that is making me like uncomfortable. I remember 2014 Tumblr when people were like, they were just on the cusp of starting to be like really weird, but they weren't quite yet. The stereotype of a Tumblr girl was just a girl who like wore glasses that she didn't need and like had, I don't know, boho style and took a lot of pictures. That was the Tumblr girl stereotype. Man, how things have changed. They really did a real turn into like the complete opposite vibe. They went from like hyper normie in like a weird hipstery way to just a bunch of very strange people that have all been on the website for so long that they're like a whole new species at this point. I do still have a Tumblr. I don't use it, but I do scroll down my dashboard every once in a while to be like, oh, the people I follow, how silly they are. And I saw a post where it was like, somebody was like, there are two types of jokes on Tumblr. It's the jokes that most people would find funny, and then the jokes that people only find funny when they've been on Tumblr for 10 years continuously and something is broken in their brains. And then right underneath it, it was like a screenshot of a post. Right underneath that post, somebody had posted, "You guys are just jealous of my severed head." Like a perfect example of like a Tumblr joke that doesn't mean anything. But because you've just been there for so long, you've been like gaslit into believing that that's a normal post to make on the internet. It's a good post. I love it when people take screenshots of, my dash did a thing. That was the terminology for it back when I actively used Tumblr. I don't know if that's still what it is, but like two posts that just really match up, but they weren't meant to. Those are always fun. Evolution. Okay, I'm stretching. I can't stretch without like compressing my lungs and making myself cough. I need to learn how to stretch properly. My dash is short for my dashboard, which is the Tumblr like following, like everybody you follow on Tumblr will show up on the dash, just like all their posts chronologically. That was like the best thing about Tumblr, is that all of the posts are in chronological order. Like on Twitter, I don't know if it still is like a toggle thing, but wasn't there a thing where like you have to toggle it being in chronological, and otherwise it's just whatever popular posts from people that you follow like show up first, so they're all out of order? The main draw of Tumblr is that everything was chronological. So if somebody reblogs a post at 2 p.m. and then reblogs another post at 2:10 p.m., the 2:10 p.m. post will come like higher up on your dashboard because it was more recent. So you like scroll into the past. And I like that because I know exactly when everything was posted. To feed on other sites. Yeah. My brain is stuck in Tumblr terminology just because I've used the website for so long. So I'm like, oh, everybody knows what that means. On Tumblr, they also changed it, I think, to be a little bit more Twitter-esque. Because a bunch of people were leaving Twitter for whatever thing Twitter did that made them mad, and like coming back to Tumblr. Or like, that happened with Reddit too. People got mad at Reddit for something and started moving to Tumblr. Tumblr is just the like website that you go to when you have nowhere else to go. So a bunch of people were coming from other websites, and Tumblr added like a For You page, and like other stuff that wasn't just the chronological dashboard. And I hate them. Sometimes I'll open up Tumblr and it'll auto-open to the For You page instead of the dashboard, and then it'll just show me posts that make me mad. I don't know why on the For You page they will give you posts that, like, you have blocked people that post similar things to it. I block people on Tumblr when I think they're just kind of obnoxious and I don't want to see them. Because I don't like seeing obnoxious people. I want to see, like, drawings and like interesting stuff. So if somebody's annoying on Tumblr, I'll block them, and Tumblr apparently takes that as a you might want to see more. And I'm like, I don't. Keep it away from me. Get me off the For You. I want to be on my dashboard with all the people that I followed on purpose. Rage bait to encourage engagement. Yeah, websites do love to rage bait. And like, people on Tumblr fall for scams a lot. Like on the For You page, it also shows you, I would assume that a For You page would only show like original posts, but it also shows reblogged posts. And sometimes people will post like GoFundMes and stuff, like reblog them, that are like so incredibly obviously not real. And I'm like, that's just embarrassing. Stop it. Like, if you know how normal human people ask for like assistance with stuff, you can pick out and be like, yeah, that sounds like a reasonable normal thing. But people will like make fake posts to like get money out of people, and they always read so like unnatural and have like a bunch of emojis in them. They're always really unnatural and have too many emojis in them, or like are just so nothing. Like, they have so little information that I would not feel comfortable giving that person money because they have told me nothing that I would need to know. But people are just like, somebody's asking for money! Quick! Reblog it! Quick, we need to get our money! And I'm like, I don't want to give anybody any money on the internet. Like, that probably makes me sound like mean and heartless. But I just don't trust people asking for money on the internet unless they are also providing a service. Because I'm like, you could just be stealing from me. And I don't want to put in a bunch of effort to figure out if you're stealing from me or not. Don't scroll past this! Yeah. But when they guilt trip you, especially. I think it's just because I was on Tumblr for so long that I'm pretty good at picking out stuff that is stupid and nobody would actually ask for money for insert issue. uh, and stuff that is like normal. Like, I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. It's like my reading. It gives off a vibe, and I'm like, you feel untrue. You feel like you're lying to me. I might not even be a real, actual lie some of the time. Some things just give off lie vibes, and I'm like, I don't believe you. And I see them so much. I see so many things on Tumblr that give off lie vibes. So the point is, I don't like a For You page. I like following my followings, and I don't like looking at anything else ever. I'm unshifting. I'm pressing this. Yeah, some things just read too sales pitchy, and I don't believe somebody would sales pitch me if they were in distress. Tumblr girlie said that, built-in censor. I needed it to survive. It was hard. Living on 2014 Tumblr. It was a dark age. And when I started using the website, I was like, really gullible. I believed anything that anybody said. And then, like, after a couple of years, I was like, maybe I should, like, think when I read a post. Maybe I should use my brain to decide if somebody is maybe lying to me. And oftentimes, they ended up lying to me. Should have all my mortars, or is this like a 1 or 2 type of thing? Try like 1 first, and then if you don't hear sirens coming for you, you can like chance another couple more. Got that built-in censor, but I'm one of those freaks that have Tumblr, Reddit, and 4chan. I never really used Reddit ever. Like, I made a Reddit account once just to like, I think, see something on a subreddit that required you to have an account or something like that. I don't know. I mostly only use it like if I'm Googling like a question that I have about like a piece of technology. I will Google it and the Reddit links will come up and I'll click on the Reddit links and use those. But I never actually used Reddit as though it was a social media site. And I am generally aware of 4chan. I think the most I ever used 4chan was I looked on the paranormal board a couple of times just because I followed a blog on Tumblr that was just screenshots from the paranormal board of 4chan. And I was like, wow, these guys are funny and silly and wacky. Let me read some paranormal threads. And that was all I did. Just because I was afraid of the website itself. Not because, like, the evil hacker known as 4chan or anything. But just because I didn't quite know how it worked. And I was like, I don't want anything, like, bad to happen if I mess up posting somehow. So I didn't care to post. And also I didn't have any paranormal experiences to talk about on the paranormal board. Which was the only one I ever went to. You know what blog? The 4chan blog, I think it was called Paranormal Thread. I think they stopped posting at some point. Also, there were a bunch of Tumblr blogs that were just like taking screenshots of stuff from 4chan and posting it on Tumblr for the Tumblr girlies who were too afraid to go to 4chan. So they had like people getting really mad at blogs, so like people getting really mad at food. People getting really mad at video games, and it was just screenshots from like the cooking board or the video games board of just like people getting into like 4chan slap fights over stupid stuff. It was really funny. People getting really mad at ghosts. I don't think I followed that one because I had Paranormal Thread already locked in. But I did really like the people getting really mad at food blog because people were so like hyper angry about like stupid nonsense cooking stuff on 4chan. It was really funny. Or like, if you don't marinate your steak for at least 24 hours before cooking it, kill yourself. Like, stupid. It was really funny. And I have to find like some specific ones that I know at the time I like cried laughing at, but I don't remember any of them now. I now you're making me want to like just go on 4chan and read through like the cooking threads and the paranormal threads again. I don't know if 4chaners are different now, because it seems like every website has sort of changed its demographics over the years, and so people are different and often not as funny as they once were. but I do feel a little twinge of nostalgia. I want to see people calling each other slurs on 4chan over cooking times. It's comedy. You stole your meat right, Anon. Depends on the board. I really would not bother to venture into boards that aren't like the 3 things that I think I would personally find funny. Just because I feel like rating too much of people yelling at each other on 4chan probably isn't good for your mental health. But sometimes people will say funny, silly things. Sometimes you just gotta see people say a funny, silly thing on 4chan and go, haha, oh 4chan, and then go back to Tumblr, where you're safe. I do remember there was a time in Tumblr history, if anybody remembered the 4chan raids, where, like, I don't know, it must have been a specific board. I can't imagine that it was all of 4chan banding together. But some people on 4chan were like, we hate the Tumblr girls. They're so annoying. They're obnoxious. We need to raid Tumblr. And they would go to Tumblr and just, like, make, like, some posts were, like, evil. They were sometimes posting, like, gore and stuff on Tumblr or whatever, but other times they were just going into people's ask box and being like, this is from 4chan. You're an idiot. Kill yourself. It was such a point in time. It's basically ancient internet. Stop. I viscerally remember, like, where I was when the 4chan raid on Tumblr started. It was like, where were you when the 4chan raid started? I was on vacation, and like visiting one of my aunt's friends, and I was in like her big fancy house, like sitting in front of a picture window on my phone, on Tumblr, like reading all the 4chaners yelling at people on Tumblr, and not taking part. It was a good time. Mostly because I didn't see any gore or, like, horrible images. Because I didn't, like, follow any new people. I didn't go into tags. I had my, like, 20 people that I followed on Tumblr, and I just saw them, like, freaking out over, oh my god, the 4chan raid! And then, like, after it was over, people were making memes about it. That's all I remember. So I wasn't traumatized or anything by the evil 4chaners. I just think it was like a funny time. It just makes me think of all the memes that people posted afterwards of, like, 4chan as like a character and Tumblr as a character, like, hate making out. Where you were, what you were doing, the last thing you ate was, I think the last thing I had eaten at that point was pizza. I think we had ordered pizza. I don't know why that's a core memory. That is legitimately actually where I was. We were on vacation. We were visiting a family friend, I think, of my aunt's, and she, like, invited us over, and we ordered pizza, and all the adults were, like, hanging out and, like, drinking wine or whatever, and me and my sister were just sort of sitting in a corner doing child things, and I was reading about the 4chan raid on my phone. That was it. That was the good old days. Where everything just became social media. It's a different time. Sometimes I just have, like, really ridiculous random things that become incredibly vivid memories for no reason. Like, they're of no consequence to my life, and they're not, like, important in the grand scheme of things, but sometimes I'll just, like, be like, yeah, I remember that vividly. Like, one of my earliest childhood memories is, on a Halloween, when I went to, like, my cousin's house, and we all went trick-or-treating, and I was dressed up as Snow White, and my sister was dressed up as Cinderella, and, I just remember, like, the whole route that we took through, like, their town. Because, my cousins lived on, like, they lived near, like, a rich area, like, a very rich area, but not in the very rich area, so they were, like, regular people. But they lived, like, a block away from Rich People Town, and so we went into Rich People Town with our, like, Party City costumes, and went up to all these, like, giant houses, and we're like, please give me candy, thank you, and they're, like, every house had, like, full-size candy bars. It was nuts. It was great. Learning internet history, like, now, like, wizards passing down their scrolls. Every time I think about my internet youth, I start feeling old. Because I'm like, that wasn't that long ago, right? And then I remember how old I am currently, and I'm like, oh no, it's been a long while, actually. Oh god, oh. The passage of time comes for me once more. Man. The existential dread's gonna set in, you guys. It's gonna come. It's gonna come for me. I'm gonna eat another spoonful of Nutella. I need to drown my sorrows in sugar and not the alcohol, which is in easy reach. Yum. Chocolate and oil. Great. This is healthy for me. This is fine. Speaking of the passage of time, it's 5 minutes from another New Year. Yay! Woo! We need to hold in our yay woos for 5 minutes from now. Please drink water too. I know I should. I forgot to bring water. The only things that I have consumed in the past 5 hours are 2 thimbles full of random alcoholic beverages and Nutella. Do you not own bread or crackers or something? I do own bread or crackers or something, but they're all the way in the kitchen. They're so far away. I'm trying to find a place to like put down my Nutella spoon. I'll just tink that into the cup that I'm no longer using for alcoholic beverages. I promise you, once our third New Year hits, I'm gonna drink a water. I will force myself to drink a water. For you specifically. I did like eat real food today, I promise. I had a cinnamon roll for breakfast, and then I had a slice of pizza for lunch, and then I had Chinese food for dinner, which is really not the healthiest collection of foods that I could possibly eat, but I at least put food into my stomach. Could do one more shot. Yeah, I don't wanna. I don't take. Okay. I'm gonna fall to peer pressure. I'll do a single thimbleful of more drink in 2 minutes. Because it'll be another day. And we can celebrate our third New Year by me. And now I have to take the Nutella spoon out of the alcohol cup, and now there's alcohol on the end of the Nutella spoon. It's stuck there. Okay. That was the Kahlua, so it wasn't that gross. It doesn't even taste like anything because there was so little of it. Yeah. Oh, the things I do for my chat. The things I do for my good friends. Since on our tier list the Kahlua was the least worst, I'll do more. I'll do more of that. It still smells like alcohol, which, of course, it's alcohol. Of course, it does. But I don't like. Let's see if I cough and choke on this one. This one's kind of gross, but in a different way from the other stuff. I have my thimble. Full of alcoholic beverage. I'm gonna close that because I just had a That's So Raven vision of me knocking it over and it getting all over my computer. Close. Thank you. I haven't even had it yet. I just choked on my own spit. How attractive. We have 1 more minute. I'll hold my thimble full of alcohol until then. Cheers, my girlies. If I tink the glass against the mic, what do you think? Will it sound horrible? the mic went completely red. I'm so sorry. How bad did that peak the mic? I thought I tinked it very gently. Cheers, bottoms up. Okay. Still icky. I have like a mental block for swallowing it, so I'll like put it. I'll like drink it and be like, okay, I'll swallow it fast, and then I'll sort of just like hold it in my mouth for like 3 seconds, trying to psych myself up, and that just makes it worse. Because then it's in my mouth, and it's, I can taste it, and it's icky. At least it was the least worst. Happy New Year. Oh god. Are there any other New Years I should know about? Is anybody here having another New Year? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. I will stream for another I was gonna say for another year. I will stream for another hour if I have to. I would prefer not to. Man, I swear I have this metal block that's keeping me from swallowing poison. Crazy. I wonder what caused that. That shouldn't be happening. Hawaii in 2 hours. Do you live in Hawaii? Who personally here has a New Year within the next hours? Can I be finished? I yapped for 5 hours and 1 minute and 39 seconds! That's a lot of time! That's many an hour! I think when I did my 7-hour Yakuza stream, I probably only talked for about 4 of those hours because I spent the rest of the time silently getting lost. Going to sleep. Have a good sleep. No lol in this tea. Okay. Well, since it appears the New Year has been passed, thank you for coming. Thank you for yapping along with me. Thank you for prompting me. And I hope to see you more in the next year. The next year joke doesn't work so much because it is currently the year. So I can't say see you next year. See you this year. in the relatively near future. Over the weekend. Probably. Let me make noises with my mouse while I just try to click buttons. Okay. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I hope everybody has a very good year. Good night, goodbye, good night, goodbye, good night, goodbye, good night, goodbye.